the start of the day that Grantana wanted, pushing the bike back into the pits, maybe a little bit of work needing to be done on that. The slider machine's also being pushed back to the pit area. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to you all, whether you're in the pit area, whether you're riding yourself or you're helping the riders in the pits or sitting.
Sands, we are finally back at Bathurst Showground. It's been more than 4 years. By my calculations, it's been 1,575 days since we last had racing here at the Bathurst Showground track. But we are back 5th of March 2022 for the next instalment of the Bathurst Long Track Masters. Peter Baker's my name. I'll be taking you through this meeting today, and it looks like we are ready to go racing straight away. It's a massive program. We've got 111 races and hopefully plus the shootouts, and we're going to start off with the 250cc two-stroke class. This is sponsored. A lot of local businesses have come on board to support this meeting. Big thanks to them on behalf of the Panorama Motorcycle Club, BBF Industrial and Construction Organisation. They are the sponsors of this 250 class. We've got a full grid. This particular class, where there's only one grid of riders in that class, the outcome will be decided on cumulative points over 4 rounds. So who to keep your eye on? Well, I guess ones that jump out in front this time, they're going to be ones you want to keep your eye on for later races. But young Harrison Voigt on 29H. From the bottom of the list there, Tommy Edwards on 971, Seth Polashevsky, the Queenslander, very good rider, as is 114 Rory Hutchinson from Curry Curry. They're underway, race number 1. There's Hutchinson out wider on the track, gets a good line around the first corner. And the first rider to see the back straight in competition today is the youngster from the Hunter region. That is Rory Hutchinson on the 114 machine. Big get off down there on the bottom corner. A couple of riders down actually in our first race. One rider, I think that was a red flag situation that has been called. One rider is up, one rider, I think it might have been the first rider to come down to a pretty awkward tumble. So not what you want to see at any stage of a race meeting, but in heat number 1, a very awkward tumble. Looked at awkward tumble there, and I think that first rider down was the one who was suffered the worst of it. Another rider tangled up, but the other rider quickly up on his feet and moving away. So being attended to at the moment. We'll let you know anything that's passed on to us. So all these demonstration riders now coming out on the track to take to the area on the infield there, bordered by those white pegs. So these riders, Spencer Marks, Casey Evans, Levi Campbell, Mason Wild, Charlie Jenkins, Reed Wild, Harry G, Flynn Beard, Arthur Johnston, Kobe Hunter, Chloe Page, Cohen McCosta, and Banjo Pelling, and another one just coming out now. But they are all the names that are listed in the program there. As I said, it is not a race for them. You'll probably notice quite a variance of speed shown by the riders. Obviously some will be more experienced than others, some will be more comfortable, but hopefully each and every time these kids go out onto a track, they just build up their confidence levels and feel more confident going faster each time. And over the next couple of years they're going to graduate to actually racing, and racing on bigger tracks than they'll be on today. So that's the situation at the moment. These riders will get a number of opportunities during the day because they are on the infield. They can be out there while some track work's going on. And at the moment, unfortunately, while an injured rider is being attended to down the highway end of the track.
Too many bosses.
Dave, just give clearance to ride them if you like. Just keep an eye on them and separate them and make it spread out.
Too many niggas. Split down here reckon's easy to control, and 3 of us out there reckon they're in control. If they don't pull the
Bindles
board
to
out.
each.
Moment, a bit of repair work to the fence down there. The fallen rider has been placed into one of the medical vehicles on the infield. We believe it's arm and or shoulder issues, but other than that, maybe he's been fortunate to escape with nothing more serious than that, although there could well be some breaks there. But he's been attended to at the moment. Fence has been attended to. And those youngsters.
Don't let them start the race because everyone's just here apparently. We'll do the transfer. No worries.
Just had word through the injured rider is to be transferred to an ambulance to be taken to hospital, so that is going to happen before we get underway with the resumption. So, as I said, we waited 1,575 days, so what's another 15 or 20 minutes to get the first race underway. Not the sort of start we want, and something we don't want to see at any stage, but with a big program of races, we certainly wanted to be incident-free, not just for the safety and well-being of all the riders, but for all fans to see a nice continual flow to the meeting.
Can I have the name of the rider, please?
Just confirmation, the injured rider was the rider of bike number 22, and that was Trevor Marsh. Trevor Marsh is the rider who took the tunnel. He's from the ACT club, and I think Trevor's been around for a few years. So, not one of the youngsters.
I've got my hand up in the centre.
The bikes are back at the starting line. We believe there'll be just a few minutes because the ambulance is coming into the track now, and they'll do the changeover and take Trevor Marsh up to hospital. So, unfortunate start to the day, but motorcycle racing, of course. I'm sure there's already a lot of people here today who have been to this particular meeting before. It's a meeting that for many, many years now has attracted great numbers and great interest, and it's pretty much a must-do for a lot of riders and fans each year. And looking back through some records, way back in 1989, the late Ivan Major stage meetings here for over 3 years, 89, 90 and 91. And then nothing happened until 1995 when the Panorama Motorcycle Club, led by Kevin McDonald, applied to stage the Australian Senior Long Track Championship. That was in 1995. So if you take into account all the meetings that, the 3 meetings that Ivan Major ran here, and all the ones that the Panorama Club have staged both here at Bathurst and out at Blaney. We were out at Blaney for 5 years. This is the 25th long track meeting staged across Blaney and Bathurst. So the 20th one here. No, actually we've got 6 in Blaney. We did have a break there at one stage, 5 years in a row, then a couple of years off before I had one more at Blaney. So in total 25 long track meetings over the 2 venues here at Bathurst and at Blaney. And many riders. In fact, if you look down the list of riders we've got lined up today, you struggle to find any significant names that aren't entered for this particular meeting, because it's such a meeting that's got such pull over the riders. They all love to come and race at this venue. I don't think there's any doubt that it is the premier long track venue in Australia. It has been for many, many years. We're very pleased to see Coringai get up and running in the last couple of years. But this Bathurst Showground venue holds a very special place in racing in Australia. All right, let's try it again. Event number 1, BBF Industrial and Construction. The sponsors of the 250cc two-stroke class underway. Last time it was Rory Hutchinson. Again, it's Rory Hutchinson who leads in the first corner, pretty tight. Behind him though, the Queenslander Polashevsky's there in about 4th spot at the moment, but the pack is split up, 5 riders it looks to be. Is going to be where the interest lies in this particular race, but it's still Hutchinson hanging on, and we've got 1 lap underway without mishap. Hutchinson still leading. Lap and a half into the race, they haven't got any closer to Hutchinson. A couple of scraps going on behind. 2nd and 3rd, 4th and 5th, both pretty tight battles at the moment. Edwards in the 2nd place there at the moment. Last lap borders out. Nathan Boland on the 48. Seth Polashevsky on the 270. They've had a race-long battle. Polashevsky's winning that at the moment, hanging on to 4th. First checkered flag in nearly 4.5 years, and it is to Hutchinson.
It's impossible to run down.
That's 2nd, I don't know, but not yet. I just couldn't pick up the number on that 2nd place machine. It was the 29H of Harrison Voigt, another rider, very new to the senior ranks. And you'll notice today I'll make mention of a number of riders who have either just gone into the senior ranks. In fact, a couple have been given special dispensation after they've turned 15 and a half to go into the senior ranks. And you'll see what a great an impact they make from the outset. But Hutchinson winning that from Voigt. Edwards was 3rd, then Polashevsky and Boland. Over the page, the pro women's class. Coates Hire, the sponsor here. A few names probably to keep your eye out for. The 27 of Brooke Goulding, 63 of Amy King, Laura Saxon on the 82 goes pretty good. The 11, Brianna Etheridge. We've got Laura Saxon, 82, Cherie Smith, 254, Gemma Borsado, 619, Tasha Jerkovic on the 664, and Bri Levy, 871. Coates Hire sponsoring the women's class. Not a full grid in this one, but a couple of very experienced and very well performed riders in this particular women's class. Amy King's Amy Wedd, isn't it?
Yes.
That, I thought it was her, and she's won here before. Yep. Amy King on the 63 has in fact won the women's class here at Bathurst in the past.
She's a mum now.
Now a mum, but back in her single days, as Amy Wedd was victorious here, I'm sure, about 4 or 5 years ago. Did not go up evenly, so
2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 and 13 and 14 and 15 and 16 and 17 and 18 and 19 and 20 and 21 and 22 and 23 and 24 and 25 and 26 and 27 and 28 and 29 and 30 and 31 and 32 and 33 and 34 and 35 and 36 and 37 and 38 and 39 and 40 and 41 and 42 and 43 and 44 and 45 and 46 and 47 and 48 and 49 and 50 and 51 and 52 and 53 and 54 and 55 and 56 and 57 and 58 and 59 and 60 and 61 and 62 and 63 and 64 and 65 and 66 and 67 and 68 and 69 and 70 and 71 and 72 and 73 and 74 and 75 and 76 and 77 and 78 and 79 and 80 and 81 and 82 and 83 and 84 and 85 and 86 and 87 and 88 and 89 and 90 and 91 and 92 and 93 and 94
Thank you.
Get it.
No. Sometimes they think, oh, I'll have a bit of a burst and use it as a bit more practice. All right, let's try it again. The riders forming up there. Brianna Etheridge on the inside. Laura Saxon should be the widest one on the track, or the widest gate position, I should say. Goulding close to the inside, King close to the outside. Nine listed in the program, 9 bikes on the starting grid. Just hoping that the tapes are working properly.
Have you got a runner?
No.
Right, I'll find you one.
Yes. Okay. I really only need it
Later.
later on this afternoon, not just right now.
Oh, right.
But I need one around about 3 o'clock maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
After the third round of each, if you hear us talking, the last round of each, they'll collate the points and then they'll need to know who's in the reputation, who's in the final. But if you hear us talking about third rounds,
Yeah, that'll be it.
take an interest.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Andy.
Well, we're going to have the oldest rudder with that.
That's Andy. That's the one that's supposed to have organised it in the first place.
Oh.
It's lost track. Much hassle.
Still a little bit of work going on at the tapes. Fingers crossed. Up they go evenly this time. And away they go. Goulding in front, Etheridge there in second place. Because the girls and ladies, some young, some a little bit older, head off down the back straight on this opening lap. Coates Hire, the sponsor of the women's class. And already in the opening lap, a big gap has opened up by the race leader. And that is Goulding in front. Main interest looks to be on the battle for second and third at the moment. About 10 metres gap between those two riders, dicing for second spot, but Goulding's well clear. The 82, Rory Saxon hanging on to second place. Checkered flag, Goulding comfortably. Saxon comfortably in second, then back to it was Amy King and it's Brianna Etheridge. 62, 63, that wet?
Yes.
Yeah, 62.
62.
Yeah. So clear cut win there to the the 27 of Brooke Goulding. Strong second place from Laura Saxon ahead of Amy King. 62 is Amy King and the 11 of Brianna Etheridge. 250cc machines again, this time 4 strokes, and AMS Mechanical Solutions are the sponsors of this one. Like all the sponsors, a big shout out to them to thank them for their support. The game this time, just the one grid of riders, so this will be decided over 4 point scoring rounds. Every race, every placing counts. couple of riders we've seen already in the two-stroke class. They're out again. Remy Fife, youngster from the Albury Wodonga Club. He hasn't been in seniors for all that long. Tyler O'Donnell from Kempsey. We've got the two Hutchinsons, Rory and Angus in this one. James Sorty on the 157 is always very competitive. Derek Hingerty on the 217 and Ben Montgomery on the 671. So a very competitive lineup on paper in this one. 250cc four-stroke machine sponsored by AMS Mechanical Solutions. And again, the tapes don't go up evenly. Right in the middle, right across his face there. So, another look at those starting tapes. Yeah, that spreadsheet I made up, but I've got as well, I've got the stewards, clerk of the course, race secretary and announcers as well. So I reckon if...
When's the ones I did?
Well, your name, no, I haven't...
did it with Barrows.
Yeah, well, your name's not actually on there, but I just printed that off. But yeah, the
What
next.
year was it?
Well, they're back to the early.
So the first three were
Majors.
yeah. So yeah, we did the next three.
Yeah. I honestly didn't know that, but that must have been about when I first met you, because you got the first.
95 would be the top.
Okay, well, got Saudi in front. Race leader heading to the back straight. 250cc four-stroke machines. I sent you that, didn't I, with the number of races on it at one stage. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. A three-way battle. They've pulled away from the rest. It's 23. The race leader, listed as number 3, seems to have number 23 on the bike. Remy came up through the junior ranks, but has made a big impact in a short time. He's got the lead. He's gone right on with the job. So Remy Fife first across the line from James Saudi, and the two Hutchinsons were the next one home. Okay, over the page we go. The Hooligan Twins, Weldware, Tools and Industrial, the sponsors. We've got Harleys, we've got Nortons, we've got Triumphs, Yamahas, Ducati. And the riders on these, well, they're a different breed. A few of them are racing in other classes as well. We've got Darren Saxon, Damien and Julian Bombardieri. They've been around for quite a few years. Shane Baker, Tyler O'Donnell, Leon Edwards, Shane Richards, Kenny Angel, David Butler, Jeffrey Bennett, Gareth Hamill, Justin Steele and David Smith.
So basically it's a twin bike non-motocross frame.
So a twin engine machine, non-motorcycle frame, so I'm told, for the more mechanically inclined, which I admit I am not. These bikes,
So basically a street bike, the street ride bike, you know.
more the bike you see out on the streets. And they're away. Wherever that is there.
They're all back. Come on, Davey, my son.
It's your son in front, is it? David Butler in front. Heading down to turn 3 on the first occasion.
He rode the first meeting here when he's 85. That's 125.
Way back in the early days of Bathurst, I'm told, he was on a junior bike. And now he's out on one of the twins, but he's been hounded by Damien Bombardieri. Butler and Bombardieri. Butler out a little bit wide on the track, leaves a huge gap on the inside. Damien says, thanks very much. You're going to chase me now as they go down to turn 2. Just past half race distance. Butler certainly hasn't given up the chase. Looms up on the inside. Does he repay the compliment? They're close together. Can't quite pull it off there. Bombardieri still in front. Back straight. Last time. Bombardieri leading. Butler chasing. Getting closer. Dives down on the inside. Can Bombardieri come back? There's no room around the outside. He's going to have to cut back. No, I don't think he's close enough. Butler from Damien Bombardieri, the 11 of Darren Saxon, then the 93 of Kenny Angel. So a good win there, good exciting battle between two of those, the two front runners there, David Butler on a Harley and Damien Bombardieri on a Norton, now thanks to Worldwear Tools and Industrial. The juniors take to the track now. Heath Oxley Plastering sponsoring the 85cc 2-stroke, 150cc 4-stroke for 9s to under 13s, and believe you me, there is some talent in the ranks in the 9s to 16s at the moment. 2 heats this time, such an entry list that we got. We've got 2 heats. So the first one out, we'll have Lewis Oxley on the 3, Sam Drain on the 7, Charlie Nichols on the 22, Gage Gow, Cooper Blows, Michael Carrick, Ruby James is there on the 44, Cooper Freeburn, Noah Graham just won the New South Wales Junior Speedway Championship 4 weeks ago, he's on the 72, and losing the New South Wales Junior Speedway title that day, Bo Bailey, 173, so they lock horns again. Riley Nauta, very talented Queenslander on the 422, and Jake Page on the 552, another Queenslander. So plenty of talented young riders. Noel Gravin's right in the middle of the grid. Bo Bailey, the very outside. Just inside him is Riley Nauta. So smaller kits, smaller bikes don't seem to fill the grid up as much, but there should be a full grid there. So some great young talent coming through the ranks at the moment, and some of these youngsters have been racing junior speedway. Some have been road racing. Sam Drain road racing last weekend down at Phillip Island. One gets a little bit anxious there at the moment, and he's going to have to come around and reform. So these names that we hear today in junior racing, you never know where they might crop up in 10 or 15 years' time, could be on the world stage. Interesting to look back at events that we went to 10 or 15 years ago sometimes, and the names that do appear there, they might have been fairly insignificant at the time, but they've gone on to bigger and better things on the world stage. And it's certainly, without singling out names, I mentioned what some have already achieved and what they've been involved in. They are ones to watch. First of 2 heats, I'll have 3 rounds of each. The top riders then go into the final later on. Most of them are way pretty good. Bailey on the outside, just inside him is Nauta. Getting the advantage at the first corner. So it is Bailey and Nauta grabbing, battling for third, but he's rounded up by another rider there as they go onto the back straight. Well, it looks like Bailey leading from Nauta, but probably the top 6 well and truly in contention. Grabham now making a little bit of move up on the inside, gets himself up into 3rd place. Down the straight, end of lap number 1. It is Bo Bailey in front, Riley Nauta second, the 7 of Sam Gray, and then Noel Grabham. So the 4 riders I've mentioned as the ones I expected to be there, they are in fact out the front, and they've developed into 2 match races at the moment. Bailey leading, Nauta right on his back wheel at the moment as they come onto the main straight on this second of 3 laps. Nauta trying to get on the inside, leads there, can't quite get an advantage, drives in, Bailey still in front, Grabham now more comfortably in 3rd place. There's Bailey leading Nauta down the back straight, half a lap to go. Bo Bailey, Riley Nauta, they've been at it from the outset. The run to the flag, Nauta having a look on the outside, not close enough. Bailey wins it from Nauta and Grabham and Drain. And I think that was Bailey Carpenter. Jake Page it was in 5th place. So those who have been taking an interest in junior dirt track racing won't be at all surprised by that result. Maybe the order, but as I said, it's been some names that have been pretty prominent in recent times, and kids that have already achieved quite a bit, whether it be in dirt track racing before going off into junior speedway racing, and in some cases junior road racing. All right, we've got the second of the 2 heats coming up now. Heath Oxley Plastering, the sponsor. We've got Hugh Hope Hodgetts, Jed Fife, William Little, Bentley Williams, down the page, Preston Craft, Zach Brady, Thomas Gotts, Jacob Adamson, Taylor Howell, another Queenslander, Brody Page, Cooper Antone up from the Albury Wodonga Club, Cruz George, Johnny Cooper and Bailey Carpenter. So if you go back to the front of the program and see where all these riders are from, they are from all over New South Wales. Of course, the Albury Wodonga Club actually part of the Victorian set up their tracks just on the southern side of the border, namely the Murray River. But riders pulled from near and far to this Bathurst meeting. So this is event number 6. If you just joined us, 85 two-stroke, 154 stroke, 9s to under 13s. Thank you to Heath Oxley Plastering for your support. Waiting for the off. The tapes are up properly this time, and who is it? Down on the one of the wider positions there. It looks like the 97. That's Thomas Gotts. He's the one they got to catch at the moment. But 3 riders sort of already put a little bit of a gap between themselves. Thomas Gotts from Forbes. And he is the race leader. Brody Page took over during that opening lap. So Jake and Brody Page from the North Brisbane Club, they've done a lot of travelling over the years. to get to meetings down in New South Wales. Still plenty to race for, back straight, last lap. The drag down the straight for the last time on the outside. 174, just got there. What did you get to do to get that? Okay, run down of at least the top four there. The win by probably the narrowest the margins we've seen so far. Brody Page ahead of Hugh Hope Hodgins, the 97 of Thomas Gotts and the 213 of Cooper Antone. From youngsters on little bikes, we go up to all ages on unlimited two-stroke machines. Carter Engineering, again 2 heats. Best of this lot will go through to the final. Forming up there on the starting line. 11 across the line this time, so not quite as cramped as we've seen on some starting grids. On the outside, 17 Tim Darmody, always very competitive in this class of racing. Graham Cheney very quickly joining in that battle, which has now become a three-way battle as they head off down the back straight on this opening lap. Cheney now, fairly comfortably in front. Graham Cheney as he extends the lead probably out to about 30 metres as they go down the back straight this time.
He's one of the original juniors from the first meetings.
Well, Cheney looks comfortable at the front there. Battle is still on for second. That is Lee Hunter on the 87 and the 17 of Tim Darley. They're having a ding-dong battle as they get to the back straight on this opening lap. And Graham Cheney, been around for a long time, still going around very quickly as he wins that race. The 17 Tim Darmody winning the battle for second ahead of Lee Hunter, and it was Stephen Crocker in fourth place. Carter Engineering, the sponsors of this unlimited two-stroke class.
Yeah. Well, you need the MA ones at the big event.
Second of the heats coming up. A few familiar names, and I guess the interest for the locals is that Ben Grabham on bike number 38 will be starting in this one. He'll be out fairly wide on the track, position number 11 on the starting grid. Darren Saxon, Scott Brown, Darryl Mullen, Ben Grabham, Clay Potter, Joe Pfister, Kenny Angel, Gareth Hamill, Alan Cox, Dylan Lucas, and Tom Edwards out in this one as well. Tom, another youngsters come up through the junior dirt track ranks, been road racing, and seems to make a pretty good fist of whatever he does in motorcycle racing. This is event number 8 on the program. Carter Engineering sponsoring this unlimited 2-stroke class. Quickly to the fore. There's a move coming there from another rider, getting himself through to 3rd place with a good surge down the back straight. But on to the main straight after 1 lap of racing. Angel in front. The 31 was a big move, Scott Brown.
Over here.
It hasn't moved now. Kenny Angel leading, but not by much. Still a challenge coming into this last lap around the Bathurst Showground. Angel was blocking the outside, but he's been zapped on the inside. They've just got the drag down the straight to the checkered flag. And it was the 971 of Tommy Edwards who's come through with a good pass on the last lap. And Kenny Angel quick to acknowledge the pass as they slowed down before they went back into the pit area. Unlimited 2-stroke have been decided. I can see a bit of movement over there from the water truck, so after 8 races we might have a little bit of water laid down. Tapes have been moved, so that certainly is the case. So you've got a break of a few minutes to, there's plenty of food and drink outlets around the ground, so make the most of this short break in racing. We'll be back with you very soon.
He rang me up and told me that the program was all wrong, that no riders could ever.
Ready to resume, we're up to race number 9. Clancy Motors sponsoring the long track slider evolution class. Couple of scratchings, you can take out Alan Jones on the 18 and the 77 of Sean Walsh. These riders on older machines, and in most cases they are older riders too. In some cases still got the bikes they last raced regularly and more seriously on. Probably one to watch out for here. Jody Mason, a Victorian rider, has still been regularly competing. Every time I go down to one of the Victorian tracks, he seems to be still pretty competitive. He's here this weekend with 2 bikes. He's got a modern bike and also one of the evolution classes. He's right on the outside, bike number 2. Swing around the turns 1 and 2, down the back straight, he is in front and going further ahead. Ricky Schaefer, Fred Hall, Brock Sutton, Alan Patterson, Jeff Watson, James Garvey and Mark Collins. But at the end of the first lap, there's Mason. Sorted out around turn number 1. There's a bigger gap appeared between those 2 riders, but make no mistake, Jody Mason very quickly to the fore after the first and second corners there, and he went right on with the job. Schaefer got to second place. Fred Hall worked his way up into third as Christopher Steep sort of slipped back a little bit after a good start. And unfortunately, Jeff Watson not going the distance, and he's got to push the bike back to the pit area. So thanks to Clancy Motor Group sponsoring the long track slider evolution class. That was race number 9. Now we move to the Pro 450 class, Beard Brothers Motorcycles. There are 5 heats of the Pro 450 class, and believe me, as I said, if you look down the list, you're struggling to think of a big name rider in Australia at the moment who is not here for this meeting. There are 5 heats. Top riders will go straight to the final. The next dozen will go into a repechage, so riders need to be very good and consistently good over all 3 rounds if they are to make the final. watch out for? Well, we've got Harrison Ryan on the 11, Caution Wheel on the 25.
Yep.
Harry Maxwell 164, Dial Ball Lazy 178, Ben Montgomery 671, and Michael Vecchi on the 329. So plenty of very, very talented riders in this one. That's half a dozen names I mentioned. So I think someone's going to be awful disappointed that they're not in the top three in this one. Great start. Back in the middle, one ride on the outside there. Very wide on the track. The widest of those riders trying to get on terms with the two race leaders. I think that is him in third place at the moment. Ocean Wheel, Harry Maxwell also very quickly away, but down the highway end of the track. The battle is on well and truly down the straight this time. 25 and Ocean Wheel in front. Just ahead. Lazy Harry Ryan, then Harry Maxwell. Fifth place Michael Vecchi. Pull the flag in. 2 laps down, 1 to go. At the moment, Wheel looks comfortable in front. He's about 20. Oh, more Lazy Harry Ryan trying to go around the outside of him. A long way around there on turns 1 and 2 as he got enough drive. Well, Lazy drifts up track. Ryan cuts back to the inside as they head down to turn number 3. Ryan comes through into second place. Is Paul Lazy going to cut back and come up the inside? Wheel still in front. Wheel looks comfortable. Wheel takes the checkered flag ahead of Harry Ryan. Double Lazy. Harry Maxwell looks back. He's well clear of the 5th place rider, which was the 92 of Jason Richards, then 87 of Lee Hunter. Heat number two riders heading towards the starting line. A couple from Albury Wodonga, Remy Fyfe on the 3, Joel Mallett on the 4. We've got Brooke Golding, who was a decisive winner in the women's race. Tom Drain on the 59, Wade O'Keefe the 84, Luke Bush 120, James Saudi 157, Daniel Wicks on the 176, Harry Scott's there on the 5'8", and Harrison Voigt, another one of the youngsters given special dispensation to go into the senior ranks after turning 15 and a half. He's on 29H. Jock Rogers is there on the 514. No such thing as an easy heat. And as you just saw in that previous heat, some very good riders coming home back in about 4th and 5th place. So it is hard, going to be very, very hard even to get to the final and even get to the repechage. So such is the depth and the quality of the lineup we've got. Beard Brothers Motorcycles, the sponsor of this Pro 450 class. This is the second of 5 heats. Brooke Goulding is on the very inside of the grid. Ben Gordon on the very outside. Good start this time. Wicks and Tom Drain it is trying to go around the outside, and he does. He pulls that move off. So Drain leading from Wicks down the back straight. Sorty and Goulding and Sharnak aren't far away. Tom Drain wrapped, and I'm out of here. Second and third, then Brooke Golding ahead of Luke Bush and Harry Scott, Remy Fyfe. The interest not in the race leader, he's gone. But the there could be some changes in the positions that they are in at the checkered flag. We've now walked up. Speedway Bush has got himself up to third, ahead of Sharnock. Sharnock about to be threatened on the inside there. Brooke Gouldy's come up, running a big race in fourth now. Just got the better, or still dicing with Sharnock, but off the last corner. It is Tom Drain. Grabs the lead first corner, disappeared. Daniel in second place, then Luke Bush. Brooke Gouldy, the 23 of Remy Fife, just in advance of Grant Sharnock, who dropped a few places during the race. Okay, heat number 3. It is the third heat. Ben Grabham there?
Yeah.
He was in that first one, wasn't
My Ben's in this one.
I didn't see him in the two-stroke. If he was back in the pack, which is unusual.
Well, he's in this one.
Yeah, I did see that, but he didn't.
Oh, and the
I don't
other
remember calling him, and it was unusual if he was there that he was back in the pack. And we didn't have that screen at that stage. Okay, it is third heat. Tapes are up. Beat to the jump, run down to the first corner. It is Ben Grabham, the local hero. We can't have a Bathurst meeting without at least one Grabham. We've got a couple today. With Noah Grabham already been out in one of the junior classes. Ben in particular has had plenty of success at this meeting. It doesn't seem to matter what class he's in, and he's taking the battle right up to Grabham's lead. On the inside in second place, Harrison Giffen well back behind the two front runners in third at the moment. Bottom corner. Better at Grabham, but at the moment Grabham doesn't want to turn it into a battle, so he's contentedly sitting back, going to come home in third place. Rory Hutchinson sitting there in fourth, behind Harrison Giffen. And after an early battle, Brooke has got the upper hand. So the top 6 is Brooke first, Grabham in second place, the 26 of Harrison Giffen, followed by the 114 of Rory Hutchinson, 44 Tyler O'Donnell, 217 Derek Hingerty. That was heat number 3. Riders heading towards the starting line now for heat number 4. In this one, who to keep your eye on, probably Thomas Herrick on the 14, Billy Van Earth there on the 29, Connor Ryan on the 62, Curtis Wilby on the 81, Peter Smith 264, Dave Smith on the 426. as I said, no easy heats, and obviously riders, if they can't win their races, they really need to be in the top 3 consistently, because you can finish 3rds and 4ths every time and not find yourself direct to the final. That is the depth of the fields that we've got here today in this Pro 450 class, sponsored by Beard Brothers. Beard Brothers Motorcycles have been great supporters of this meeting for many, many years. They also support the motocross scene in this area, the Panorama Club racing up on Mount Panorama. So great to see the Beard Brothers Motorcycles continuing their support for the long track racing heat number 4. It is race number 13. Takes up with start. Who will it be? Kind of Ryan on the inside as quick. Blake will be also one of the quickest away. Billy Van Erd, David Smith, that front bunch at the moment. Leading from Billy Van Erd. Third place Thomas Herrick and Blake Wilby. A couple of Smiths, David Smith, Peter 6th. And then back to Michael Hand. Billy Van Erd having a look at that outside line around turn number 4. Not a lot of room there. Connor Ryan ahead of Van Erd, who goes back to the inside, drives in hard. Now can Ryan come back on the inside as Van Erd drifts a bit wide, back straight last time. Van Erd leading, Connor Ryan chasing, Van Erd wide on the track, Connor Ryan down very low. They've got the drag down the straight. It is Billy Van Erd taking the win. Ahead of Connor Ryan, then Thomas Herrick in 3rd place ahead of Blake Wilby, Dave Smith, Peter Smith, Lockland, Curtis Wilby, Harrison Small, Corey Booth. A good win coming from behind there to the rider on bike 29, Connor Ryan surrendering the lead on the last lap to Billy Van Erd. One heat to go, 5th heat. And who have we got in this one? Another Grabham on bike 39. That's Edward Grabham this time. We've got Jordan Dahl on the 42. Josh McCosker on the 45. Mackenzie Childs is back. He's had a bit of a layoff for a couple of years, but resumed racing recently. He's on the 103. Angus Hutchinson on the 141. The Queenslander, a couple of Queenslanders here. Seth Polashevsky on the 270. Damien Coffey, he's been coming here for a number of years, got a number of wins, including championship wins to his credit. He is on bike number 560. Jacob Richardson on the 512 and Corey Smithers on the 338. So, talking to Damien Coffey, took the normal route from Townsville down to Bathurst this weekend, so he didn't have to make any detours because of the floods up north. Normally heads inland, so long drive for them, but they're great supporters of racing down in this neck of the woods, as are a number of riders from far north Queensland. It's great to see them here. There's been a couple of falls up on turn number 1, but not from riders, thankfully. A couple of pushes there. Took a tumble as the last bike was pushed off. Yeah, so always great to see the Queenslanders. They're a great bunch of guys, and great to see them continuing to support racing down this part of the world. Heat number 5, Pro 450, Beard Brothers Motorcycles, the sponsor. It is race 14 on the program. After this one, you've got to turn over a couple of pages in your program to get to the juniors. for races 15 and 16. This is the final heat. We're going to start accumulating points. Richardson pretty quick too. Jordan Dawn was in the mix, Thomas Scott, Mackenzie Charles. Looks to be a little bit more compacted up the pointy end than we've had in some of the heats. More riders involved at the moment in the battle down the straight the first time. On the inside, Coffee on the outside. Well, where do we get behind them to Childs and Richardson and Hutchinson and Aaron Grabber?
There's a couple of them.
Wawaszewski now trying to go around the outside to get 2 seconds. Hutchinson, Childs and Richardson. 4th, 5th and 6th. The checkered flag is awaiting. Damien Coffey, been around this track many times before. He's out very wide on the track. He gets there for another win. Very wide also. Dawn just getting to second ahead of Wawaszewski. Hutchinson, then Childs and Richardson and Edward Grabham. Because that is the end of the 5 heats. Next up, junior 250, 254 stroke 125 two-stroke machines for the 13s to under 16s. These are the next lot of kids that are going off into the senior ranks, and we thank Exclusive Trailers for their support.
Isn't it the sidecars coming in?
Just enough riders to make a need for 2 heats, and this is the first of them. It looks like Jack Carter on the 25 was one of the first away. Alexander Adamson on the 107, Cooper Williams on the 10, Christian O'Donnell on the 49. We've had quite a few riders go off into the senior ranks of late, so Adamson making a good fix of it. He's got ahead of Jack Carter with Cody Lewis in 3rd place. Lewis probably been one of the better performed riders in this class for a year or so now. For the others have recently made their way into this 13 to under 16 bracket. Adamson has been in pretty good form lately. Won the 250 Speedway recently down at Mildura. He got a good lead ahead of Carter, Cody Lewis, Christian O'Donnell comfortably in 4th. The first 4 or 5 riders there have got themselves fairly evenly spread out amongst the around the track at the moment. And as the checkered flag is going to come out, he didn't get to the front right from the outset, but he got there very soon thereafter. Alexander Adamson has taken the win from Jack Carter, Cody Lewis, Christian O'Donnell and Cooper Williams. second of two heats for the 13s to under 16s. This time we'll see David James, James Wood, Cody Rory. I don't think Jaden Holder's here. William Grote, Cameron Dunker, Lucas Quinn, Nicholas Berry up from Victoria, one of the Harley Club members down in Victoria, Austin Wendell, Lachlan Russell, been riding juniors quite successfully, Henry Small and Cougar Arpoff, who comes from the Gold Coast. So again, riders from a few outposts almost, or you travel long distances to be here today. Good to see Nicholas Berry up from Melbourne. Hadn't seen them for a couple of years with very little racing going on recently.
What did you say, sorry? I was on the different line.
Second heat is underway. Looks like Lucas Quinn, Cougar Arpoff. Swapping of positions or even gaps narrowing or expanding. Comfortable lead held for much of the race is the rider of bike 144, which is Lucas Quinn, taking the win ahead of Cameron Dunker and the 555 of Lachlan Russell, Nicholas Berry and Cougar Arpoff. Now for something different, Dirt Track Sidecars, Cutler Construction and Ruby 6 Hair and Beauty jointly sponsoring this particular class of racing. Hydraulics are sponsoring the shootout for them, is that what they're on? Yeah. Later on tonight, all being well, with the shootout for the Dirt Track Sidecars, that will be sponsored by JHG, Jake's Hydraulics and General Engineering. But the actual Dirt Track Sidecar class sponsored, as I said, by Cutler Constructions and Ruby 6 Hair and Beauty. Heat number 1, Kai Frame, Matthew Siskovic, Corey Ford, Robert Nolan, Sean Kelly and Jim Jobling. There should be 6 bikes on the grid. There are 6 bikes on the grid. A couple don't start in a straight line. Really fire up. It's bike number 1. He's got number 1 on him because he is the Aussie long track champion. That is Kai Frame with Michael Bryant in the chair. Second place is Matthew Siskovic, Robert Nolan in third place. But scrap at the front, looks to be match racing too, but also behind a little bit of close gesturing. Big movers come from Siskovic, Matthew Siskovic, Lionel Cornwall have gone through and taken over the lead on that opening lap. Ahead of Kai Frame and Michael Bryant. Third place is still Corey Ford on the 22 machine. Frame now coming under pressure to hang on the second place. The 25 of Ford and Trevor Long right there at them. Big gap back behind them to Matthew Kelly in fourth, Robert Nolan and Jim Jobling. The bottom corner the last time, Siskovic did well, grabbed the early the lead in about the second lap, and he's gone on with the job. So Siskovic, the winner from Frame. Ford finishes in third place, and then Kelly on the 36 was next, followed by Nolan and Jobling. That was heat number 1 for the dirt track sidecars. 3 heats in total, and the bikes for the second of those races coming out onto the track now. I did mention plenty of food and drink outlets around the venue this meeting day. We've also got Wayne Myers just been come up to visit us, tell us he's got a stall set up down near the adjacent to the starting line. Wayne's got some good deals on t-shirts, always got some great quality stuff and some good deals there, so make sure you go down to see him. And Ashes Speedway Museum has also got a few bikes on display down there as well, so during the breaks in racing today, make sure you go down and both reminisce with the old bikes and maybe get yourself a bargain or at least a quality product from Wayne Meyer, who's well, he's been around nearly as long as Bathurst Swamp Track racing. He's not, I can't say that because he's probably not as old as I am, but anyway, great to see Wayne just come up to visit us, and he's down there, as I said, adjacent to the starting line. So during the breaks, make sure you go down and say good day to him and have a look at what machines Ash has brought out from the museum. Heat number 2 for the dirt track sidecars, we've got Sean Griffiths, Matthew Kelly, Bradley Banks, Darren Feen, Shane Davies and Jared Marco. So Darren Feen on the 49 machine. Performing very, very well. One didn't get off the line there. And there's another one who didn't get off the line. Bradley Banks with Michael Vinci in the chair. One bike's pushed off forlornly to the infield. I'm trying to identify which one it was.
Being, I think.
One didn't come out at all. So after one lap, it is Bradley Banks in front. Second place is held by the 666. That is Jared Marco. Behind them, Sean Kelly and Sean Griffiths. Bradley Banks continues to lead comfortably. That gap hasn't changed much, but it's about 30 metres or so. Second place, the 666 of Jared Marco and Wade Robinson. They haven't, well, they have cut a little bit of ground off them, but I dare say the leaders aren't going flat shot at the moment, because they have done it pretty comfortably from very early in the race. Then the 39.
20-year-old, 3 rounds of the 40 is up at the end of the round.
39, the 13 of Davies,
That way when you get the dip by the water trucks,
stalled
straight
on the
up to
line.
the third round of the 40s, can we get the dipper straight out to the infield?
Did get moving. Okay, so a bit happening there in the dirt track sidecars. We've got one more heat to go. Cutler Construction and Ruby 6 Hair and Beauty, the sponsors jointly of this dirt track sidecar class. We wait the riders to move to the starting line. We will have Kenneth Miller, or Dusty Miller, on the 7, Trevor Harvey on the 12, Corey Banks, many times a winner here at Bathurst, not only on 3 wheels but 2 wheels as well. He's on the bike 31. Jack Crosser on bike 35, Brett Davies on the 43, and Andrew Bridge will ride on bike 67. If you want to note there, Andrew Bridge, his passenger will be Nathan Boland, not Donna Program. Nathan Boland riding on 2 wheels himself, and we're going to see a couple of times we've already seen Michael Vecchi out as passenger with Bradley Banks. A couple of guys riding on 2 wheels for themselves and also riding passenger on dirt track sidecars. So this is the 3rd and final race in this round. Cutler Construction and Ruby 6 Hair and Beauty. 3rd heat, round 1 takes up, 1 underway, bike 31, no anytime you see Rory and Tom Banks, and geez, haven't they put a gap in them already, round turn 1 and 2, Trevor Harvey 2nd, then Jack Grosser, Ken Miller, Andrew Bridge and Brett Davies. A bit of a move at the back there. But out in front for many years we used to Corey Banks and Tom Banks and the Leapies from Queensland just about dominating the track sidecar racing. One didn't win, the other one did, and Leapies raced for a few years. Neither of the Bankses actually. They're back today and looking at what we've seen in 2 laps. And also a very quick practice session, looking as though they'd never been away. They were really up on a pinnacle, I guess, with the Leapies in dominating the scene. You see them going all the way from the field like they are at the moment. You wonder why they won so many championship races. From the ACT, Corey and Tom Banks. Sit back, admire. You've seen some good ones there in Corey and Tom Banks winning. 2nd place, Trevor Harvey and Tim Jones, solid 2nd there, just ahead of the 35 of Grosser, 67 of Bridge, then Miller on the 7 and the 43 of Brett Davies. Dirt track sidecars done and dusted for round number 1. Next up we will have the over 40s unlimited. The over 40s unlimited is sponsored by Jake Hydraulic. Again, big interest in this one. There are 3 heats. You guys who are still very competitive in open competition.
3 rounds of the
We'll wait and see who steps up to the fore here. Over 40, that's the rider, not the bike.
Talking to the Leapies, there's one up in Brisbane that's been riding all the time.
Just about ready. Sidecars are done. We're back to two-wheel action. For the first quarter, Peter Gower on the 34, one of the quickest away. Alan Cox, Glenn D'Agostino also there, and Tim Jones. Now Tim's just jumped off the dirt track sidecar. He's a regular passenger with Trevor Harvey. He was in fact out in the very last race, so he's jumped straight onto his two-wheel machine, and that is Tim on the 420 machine. So after a lap, it is still Gower. Second place out, Glenn Cunningham, Alan Cox, Tim Jones, Matthew Pritchard, and Ian Carpenter, Wesley Barnes. The first two don't want to know the rest. That's Peter Gower and Glenn D'Agostino. They've put about 50 metres between themselves and a pack of about 8 riders vying for the minor scraps at the moment. 1 lap to go. Gower's been in front from the outset, and D'Agostino got himself a second, and isn't all that far away. The 23 of Steve Mason heads the rest, but he's got close company with Ian Carpenter trying to take third place off him. Bottom corner is not all over yet. Gower has been in front. D'Agostino has a look on the inside. About a bike length between them at the flag. So it is Gower on the 34, the 41 of D'Agostino, the 23 of Mason. Second of 3 heats, Jake Hydraulics, the sponsor of this over 40 unlimited class. Darren Saxon, he's already been out today. He comes again, as does Tim Darmody. Saxon on the 11, Tim Darmody on the 17. Matthew Fife, another Fife from the Albury Wodonga Club. Clint McDonald on the 33. Darren Webb on the 51. The 17, Tim Darmody said he's already been out, so he certainly knows his way around the track. Knows his way around a lot of dirt track venues. Has been at it for a number of years, as is suggested by the fact that this is the over 40s. So after 1 lap, let's have a look at them. It is Darmody, 135. It is McCosker, Josh McCosker, or J45 it is. He's right down the bottom of the program. He's always competitive in this class of racing. Clint McDonald behind him, and Jason Morris and Rodney D'Agostino. McDonald's now got himself the second up from the inside of Morris. Then back to McCosker and Webb. Rodney D'Agostino back now to 6th place. He's been pretty comfortable out in front for the race leader. That's the 17 of Tim Darmody. 761 was the big mover at the end. That was Jason Morris got himself into second spot, relegating Clinton McDonald to third, and then the J45 of John McCosker, Joshua McCosker rather, Darren Webb and D'Agostino. So the intensity of the competition certainly doesn't abate when these older guys get out there. The third of the 3 heats now. And grab them on this one on a gas machine. We don't see many of them in dirt track competition, but
wanted in the roller. Thank you.
he Ben Grabham by 38. Long been his race number, and he will start from the very inside of the starting grid. Steve Batchelor over from South Australia. Of course, Steve, the father of former Speedway Grand Prix rider Troy Batchelor. He's there on the 75 machine. Mark Dunker's out there. Who else have we got? Graham Cheney on the 9X as well. He's been out so far today. Pretty ragged start there. Outside of the track, but no surprise to see the 38 of Ben Grabham comes through and takes the lead, and by halfway down the back straight he's like 25 metres to the good of the rest, still led by Cheney at the moment, then Fleming, Hagney, Dunker and Batchelor. Sure whether Steve Batchelor has raced here before, but I dare say he's been here because from memory, Troy Batchelor won one of his Australian long track championships in the slider class here at this venue. I think he won here and down at Wagga Showground. Batchelor's now actually working his way up to the 4th place ahead of Mark Dunker. They're getting fairly spread out. No surprise to see Grabham continuing his dominance every now and then. When we have an over 35s or over 40s class, it's almost, you think, well, this bloke's too good for it. And he qualifies on age, so that's why he's out there, Ben Grabham. Still very, very classy motorcycle performer. Comes home ahead of the number 9 machine of Graham Cheney, 17 of Fleming. That's Andrew Fleming, 17X actually, the 75 for Steve Batchelor was the next one in, followed by Mark Dunker and Chris Hackney.
Can we get you out here quickly to do the track, please? And the nippers up. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the 3 heats of the over 40s Unlimited, and everyone who we're going to see during the day have had one round of racing. Some of the classes we won't see until late afternoon, early evening. That will be the long track sliders and the Speedway Sidecars. And of course, a lot of the riders we will see in the Pro 450 class, but they'll also come out in the Bathurst Masters Unlimited later on today. So track work's going to go on. We've got the nippers out there again, so they're going to have a run around the infield track while some track work's going on. Please take time to have a look at the nippers, but it also gives you the opportunity to go down, get yourself something to eat or drink. Go down and see Wayne Meyer down there at his stall set up, and also Ash Sutter's brought some gear out from the museum, so if you are a long time fan, go down and see what he's got. I noticed a sidecar down there and it had Graham Young and Ray Murray's name on it, and as a kid growing up, they were my first real heroes, I guess, in Speedway Sidecar racing. So a machine down there today with their names on it brings back a lot of memories for me. That I think it was at least one sidecar and solo there. So go down and have a look at them. They were the bikes from the good old days. All right, we'll have a break. We'll come back. As I said, the nippers are out there at the moment, and who knows, we might hear more of their names in years to come. Okay, we go back to where we started. 250cc two-stroke machines. BVF Industrial and Construction, they are the sponsors of this class of racing. First time out it was Rory Hutchinson on the 114 machine, who was the race winner, just ahead of Harrison Voigt on the 29H, with Tommy Edwards on the 971 next, and then Seth Polashevsky on the 270. So this is one of several classes today where the overall outcome will be resolved over 4 point scoring rounds. So every race, every place counts, matters. Any points you pick up, better than not finishing. Just having a quick look down that list, there was probably no riders outside the top 4 that I mentioned. Nathan Boland coming home in 5th without being unkind. Probably didn't expect any of the others to seriously threaten the big guns. We'll see whether those same ones can dominate in this second round. It is event number 23 on the program. BVF Industrial and Construction, the sponsors. This time Harrison Voigt is on the very outside of the starting grid. The first race winner, Rory Hutchinson, is on the very inside. Polashevsky is there in second place at the first corner, but it is Hutchinson who comes around the outside.
You get a full screen if you want it.
Oh, that's all right, I can see.
You're right for that? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, into the straight after one lap of racing. Voigt Hutchinson with a bit of work to do at the moment, after having won round 1. Voigt and Polashevsky. I think Voigt's one of the couple of riders this weekend being given special dispensation, having turned 15 and a half to go into senior competition. Also done a bit of road racing over the last couple of years. Leading Polashevsky. Edwards is in 3rd place. Boland is in 4th. Hutchinson back in 5th. So we've got the same 5 at the pointy end of the field, but a very different order this time around, with the first race winner Hutchinson back in 5th place. But the checkered flag is waiting this time when they come down the main straight, and it will be one of the teenagers, Harrison Voigt, Polashevsky, Edwards, Boland and Hutchinson. Event 24, second round, Pro Women. As it is sponsored by Coates Hire. If you weren't here for the first round, like 27, Goulding, emphatic winner. And she will come out of position number 8. So about 2/3 of the way out from the inside, you'll find Brooke Goulding. Minor placings first time out went to Laura Saxon on the 82 and the 62, not 63 as program, Amy King. Amy's a former winner here. And Brianna Etheridge on the 11 was in 4th place. So let's see whether we get a change of results this time for the women like we did in the 250 class that we've just seen. did. She went around a couple of rivals there in the first corner and opened up a bit of a lead as they go down the back. Straight the first time. Amy King, Laura Saxon, Brianna Etheridge, Bri Levy and Lisa Collier. One down there on the turn number 4. Try and pick that rider up for you. That's the race leader by the look of it in Goulding. So this is where it's important that you finish. You must finish and get some points. And at the moment, Paul Goulding's thinking, well, if I can pick off a couple of riders, get a couple of points improvement in the standings, and then she's got to try and win the remaining races. What's on the track is a previous Bathurst winner here, Amy King, in front. She's in front of Laura Saxon, Brianna Etheridge, Bri Levy. Goulding is in 8th place, big gap through to the next couple of riders, so at best it looks like Goulding will score points for 8th place. So the 62, Amy King winning. Laura Saxon second, Brianna Etheridge in third. 4th place went to Bri Levy. And looking down the list, Brooke Goulding finished in 8th place. So, had Brooke Goulding not picked herself up and finished the race, she would have got no points. But she did finish in 8th place, so we'll pick up some points. So it becomes very interesting now to see whether, assuming she was to win the last couple of rounds with the 3 wins and an 8th, is going to be enough to overcome riders who scored consistently throughout the 4 rounds. Brooke might have lost something off the bike. She's gone back to pick it up. So that's going to make the women's class fairly interesting. Back to 250cc action now. AMS Mechanical Solutions are the sponsors of the 250cc 4-stroke class. First time out, it was Remy Fife from the Albury Wodonga Club. He's on bike 23, not 3 as programmed. .157 James Saudi was in 2nd place and Rory Hutchinson 3rd in that opening round. So are we going to see a rider make it back to back? We haven't so far in the couple of classes in this 2nd round. These are the 250cc 4-stroke machines. Rory Hutchinson is in 5th, then Smithers and Small. But very little between these top 3. Hutchinson in second place. Rory Hutchinson was in fourth.
I couldn't recognise our son in the first race. He wasn't first, he was fourth. That was Angel who was first. My fault.
Not your fault. So it was Kenny Angel who won it.
Yeah.
I thought that because I did see an X and well, I didn't see it on him, but I took your word for it. Probably she doesn't know who will. So I've just been advised of a correction to the first heat of the Hooligans twins. We've got a 93 and a 93X. In fact, it was Kenny Angel who won that first race with 93X David Butler in fourth place. In between them, Damien Bombardieri and Darren Saxon. So apologies for that. Did not have the computer screen in front of me like I have now, so hopefully we can not have a repeat of that. This is event 26, Weld and Wear, Tools and Individuals, and Heath Oxley Plastering, the sponsors. Quickest in stride of 93, first race winner Kenny Angel. David Butler, Tyler O'Donnell, Leon Edwards, then Julian Bombardieri, Shane Baker, Shane Richards, Justin Steele, Darren Saxon well back at the moment. But the top two have pulled away. They had a good battle first time out. What we're seeing on the track at the moment this time is Damien Bombardieri in front, Kenny Angel doing the chasing. Daylight third at the moment. Still Bombardieri from Angel. David Butler dropped back on that second lap. Plenty of changes through that race, not for the top two. Damien Bombardieri winning from Kenny Angel, so they both had a win in a second so far. Third place was Darren Saxon. I called him back in about 10th place early on. He got up to third ahead of Julian Bombardieri, so made some progress. Tyler O'Donnell and David Butler back to 6th place. So that was the Weld and Wear Tools and Industrial sponsored Hooligan Twins. Juniors now, Heath Oxley Plastering, 85 2-stroke, 154 stroke machines for the 9s to under 13s. Really good close battles in the first round of heats for these riders. Some good riders in both heats. Event 27. Hugh Hope Hodges was placed second in his first heat. Bo Bailey's in this one. Bo won his first heat earlier on. Brody Page and Cooper Antone, they were both pretty prominent in the first round. Tapes up, they're underway. Thomas Gotts was very quickly into stride, as was Cooper Antone. Bo Bailey has got to the lead. Bailey for Antone, Gott, Bodie Pace and Hugh Hodgins. Those 5 riders, there's quite a significant gap behind them back to the rest of the field. So they come down to get the 1 lap to go sign. Not a big gap between any of them. Michael Carrick is in 6th place at the moment, heading the second half of the field. And went on with a job. It wasn't a runaway win by any means, but he's made it back-to-back wins in the 2 rounds thus far. O'Bailey beating Cooper Antone. Into 2nd place, Hugh Hodgins was in 3rd, and then Thomas Gotts on the 97, finishing in 4th place. Ahead of Bodie Page, and those 5 having a little bit on the rest of the field. So, having seen that heat, there's still quite a few very good young riders coming out in the 2nd heat. Sam Drain, road racing last weekend down at Phillip Island. Cooper Freeburn, Ruby James in this one, of course Noel Grabber on the 72 machine, Taylor Howard, Riley Nauta and Jake Page. So we'll have a situation again where the field does split itself.
What is this first 85?
Race number 28. It is race 28 if you just joined us. Heath Oxley Plastering. This will be the second of 2 heats for the 9s to under 13s. Riding 85 2-stroke or 150 4-stroke machines. We've seen some very good young riders, very accomplished riders already in the first heat. More to come this time, and others who are slowly making their way in the sport. For a lot of them, I guess, first time on a track like this. Sam Drain's out very wide on the track, position number 11. Next to him will be Noah Grabham in position number 12. Riley Nauta pretty much in the middle of the grid. Jake Page towards the inside.
Yo, God, just after Lyndall.
It's me.
Mate said to come see you. Me and my mate are in the 450 class. There's separate heats.
second heat underway. Who will it be? Grab them now. Freebird.
Yeah, the second time you go for second.
So of course. I'll see if Wade can go to a book.
Riley now to Cooper Freeburn, Gage Gow, Jake Bates, Taylor Howard, Zach Brady. Top three is where the main interest is.
Put on the dummy grid.
Grabham, Drain, Nauta. All perform well in that first round. Grabham maintaining the lead. Even Drain and Nauta in the battle for second and third. Onto the main straight. Drag to the flag. Drain goes to the inside. Won't get there. Grabham, Drain and Nauta. That was the top three that time that pulled away. Noah Grabham, Sam Drain, Riley Nauta. In the second of those heats. Fourth to Cooper Freeburn and Taylor Howard was the next one in. Over the page we go. Unlimited two-stroke is next. Carter Engineering, the sponsor. Again, 2 heats of this one. First time out we had wins for Graham Cheney and Tom Edwards. Cheney comes out in this first heat. Lee Hunter was prominent. I think he finished third first time out. He's in this heat as well. A couple of the others who were prominent in the second heat. Kenny Angel's in this one as well on the 93. He's been out. This is his second class. Event 29, Unlimited two-stroke, Carter Engineering, thanks to them and all the sponsors who have come to the party and supporting the Panorama Club. Down on the inside, into stride. It was Lee Hunter is the one challenging him, moving up on the inside. They've already pulled away as they head off down the back straight on these opening laps. So Cheney and Hunter, the first two riders, already got themselves a good buffer. Kenny Angel back in third, then Alan Cox, Thomas Asimus and Darryl Mallon. Brown's moved up into fourth place behind Kenny Angel. Riders spreading themselves out a little bit more on that second lap of racing, but Cheney in front. Hunter, Angel, Scott Brown. A bit of a move through the field, but got himself to fourth. That looks about where he will finish. Graham Cheney, just the rider who's made it back to back. is next. Angel finishes in third place ahead of Brown. And then the 2:31, which is Alan Cox. That's the one I said. Second of the heats for this round. We'll see Tom Edwards, Michael Froome, Steve Croker, Clinton McDonald, Tim Darmody. So probably Darmody is always in the mix. Darren Saxon's in this one as well. Saxon on the 11, Darmody on the 17, Steve Croker on the 94. And Tom Edwards on the 971. Probably the ones we expect to be fairly prominent. As they get down to the highway end of the track, it is Edwards ahead of Green Tree, Clinton McDonald, Jared Cox, Tim Darmody. Into second spot ahead of Jamie Greentree. Greentree's got some close company in that battle for third, and another three riders fairly closely matched back behind them. But first and second, looking clear cut, that's Tom Edwards and Tim Darmody. One to go for Edwards. Darmody, they're both coming. A bit more work to do for Greentree because he's got some close company. He's third at the moment, but cannot relax. Race leader, checkered flag falls. It is Edwards. 2 wins for him. Darmody second. And the I think it was Steve Croker on the 94 got up to run third. Just verify that when he comes back up. Croker on the 94 ahead of Dylan Lucas, Clinton McDonald and Jamie Greentree. So a few bit of switching of positions there. That was the second of the 2 heats for round 2, unlimited 2-stroke. Carter Engineering, the sponsor. Long track slider evolution classes next. Our first time out, Jody Mason made it a a one-horse race. He romped away. Clancy Motors, the Clancy Motor Group, the sponsor, they've been supporters here in the past of this long track race meeting here at the Bathurst Showground. JD Mason from Victoria. We'll see him later on in the modern class as well. He's got the two bikes there in the pits. You'll find competition no doubt tougher in the open class, but still a very keen supporter of this class of racing. If you weren't here before, we did mention Alan Jones on the 18 and Sean Walsh on the 77, both missing from action. A couple had some problems early on. I know Jeff Watson on the 17, DNF first time out. Not quite sure whether Jeff's made it back out this time or not. 8 riders on the grid. JD Mason down in the lower half of the grid. He finished well back first time out, so maybe some problems with the bike there. Whatever it was, he's one song this time. Drifting up very high. You might have a problem there. He's gone down to have a look at the outside fence, and it's in fact it's slowed very drastically. Going this time. The first 4 have paired off. Here's Mason now. Down on the inside, got that to go. Goes past Ricky Schaefer. Down the mountain. Watson, Fred Hall. Watson got the upper hand at the moment. Well, it took him 2 of the 3 laps to get to the front. But he has made it back-to-back wins. Again, we finish up with Mason winning. 2nd place to Schaefer. 3rd place to Jeff Watson. And 4th place to Fred Hall. The early race leader, Mark Collins, pulled out without a lap clean run. Chris Steep in 5th, Brooke Sutton and Alan Patterson. The race order, as we again say thanks to Clancy Motor Group for their support, long track slider evolution class. 5 heats coming up now. Pro 450, Beard Brothers Motorcycles, the sponsor. All the big guns will be there in one of these 5 races. I've mentioned a few times, you can't afford to make a mistake along the way. You've got to score well in every race to even, particularly to go direct to the final. And if not, you've got to make sure you at least get into the repechage to give yourself another shot at it. This first heat of the 2nd round is heat number 6, race 32 on the program. Jared Brook will come out in this one. Jordan Dahl, he was prominent first time out. Luke Bush, Daniel Wicks, Peter and David Smith. So, as I said, no such thing as an easy heat. You can probably isolate 5 or 6 riders who you would expect to be prominent. Brook had to work hard in his early heat. Took a long while to get the better of Ben Grabham. Did eventually. Daniel Wicks, Luke Bush. Luke Bush was one who did move through the pack. I think he improved his placing as the race wore on in round number 1. Normally a very good starter, Luke Bush, so I'm not sure that obviously wasn't the case because he had to Luke Bush start. Jordan Dahl, Daniel Wicks, Jared Brook was fourth early on. So a lap down. Bush out wide. Inside, Bush outside. Then Wicks and Dahl, Dave Smith, Peter Smith. Checkered flag, it is Jared Bush. Wicks, 42 of Dahl. Dave Smith, Peter Smith. Both around so far. The Smith boys drawn in the same heat. So that was the first of the heats in this second round. Second heat we'll have among the field Billy Van Erd, Harry Maxwell, Seth Kwolashevsky, Michael Vecchi, Caden Downing, Damien Coppy, Harrison Boyd.
Interesting one.
Good line. Well, it says, I mean, I keep saying there's no such thing as an easy heat, but a bit of the luck of the draw can help you. You might think you get an easy heat. Sometimes there might only be 5 good riders in it, and yeah, next time out you're up against 6 or 7 good ones. But yeah, no such thing as easy points. You've got to do everything right, and you've got to keep doing it consistently over 3 rounds. This is the second of those rounds. Prominent in that dash around turns 1 and 2. 1 lap done and dusted. Himself to second. Ahead of Grabham and Maxwell Voigt now back to 5th place. Kwolashevsky behind him. Vecchi, Rogers and Tyler O'Donnell must be thinking, gee, I've drawn a tough heat. This is out the back. But Billy Van Erd looks very comfortable on the track. He is the race leader with 1 to go. In front. Top 3, all based in North Queensland. They've travelled a long way to be here and support this meeting. But the checkered flag is out. It is for Billy Van Erd. Second place, Damien Coppy. Harry Maxwell has got 3rd place by 16 1/1000ths of a second, if you can try and equate that. 126.824 as against 126.840. And that's how little there was between those 2 riders at the checkered flag. And event 34 is next, 3rd heat. And well, they just keep coming, don't they?
Three in this one. Oh, 3.
Okay, this one, Tom Herrick, Granshanick. Harrison Gibbon's been going well. Tom Drain, Wade O'Keefe, Mackenzie Childs. Yep, no easy heats. Been 34. This is the second round of heats for the Pro 450. It is their 8th heat in total. 5 rounds each time. Tom Drain is down in position number 3. That's pretty close to the inside. Herrick's in the middle, position number 6. Mackenzie Childs out very wide on the track. It should be the second from the outside. So, big field. Looks like everyone's turned up for this one. That starting line looks pretty crowded. Tuck your elbows in, not a lot of room. Particularly on the outside, there seems to be 4 riders very, very close together at the outside of the track there. Been in the wrong heat, I think. Tapes up. Oh, the bunch on the outside. Mackenzie Childs and Steve Mansell, the ducks coming out there off the starting line, and Joel Mallett had nowhere to go. So whilst all that was going on, I missed Tom Drain, Jason Ridges and Joshua McCosker getting out well. Sharnick and Herrick sort of within touch, but after one lap, the nearest to him, they stopped 3, 30-40 metre gaps between them as they go down the back straight. So Drain from Sharnick and Herrick, Richards, Charles, McCosker. Certainly looking comfortable at the moment. That is Thomas Drain, bike 59, takes the checkered flag ahead of the 16. Drain Sharnick, Herrick on third ahead of Mackenzie Childs, and then the 92, which is Jason Richards, was home in 5th place. And Harrison Giffen and Wade O'Keefe were next. Event 35, or race 35, it's heat number 9, 5 in the second round. Big guns in this, well, we'd expect Kyshon Wheel on the 25, Connor Bryan on the 62, Rory Hutchinson on the 114, Ben Montgomery the 631, 671. Actually on paper, I think a few of these guys will look at this field and thought, this might be a chance to. It looks a little bit weaker on paper, and that's not taking anything away from the talents in these guys, but there's not the many, if any, of the top handful that we'd expect to be in the final or expect to be prominent. So big chance here for these riders to get some substantial points with a win or certainly a top 3 placing. It is heat number 9, second last of this round for these riders. Event 35 if you're trying to find your spot in the program. certainly he's still a teenager, and he is a goer. Geez, he's using the widest part of the track right out against the fence. Harry Scott in third place at the moment, but he's out wide on the track. He's going to have to get back down on a better line. But mid-race distance, it is Wheel from Brian and Scott, then Ben Gordon, Nathan Boland, Rory Hutchinson, Corey Smithers, Laura Saxon, Michael Hand, Blake Maslin. That's the top 10. As they come around to get the last lap board, it is Connor Ryan, Harry Scott, Ben Gordon. This has been a very impressive win for another of our Queensland visitors. Ryan second, Harry Scott third. Close for fourth, Ben Gordon just got there ahead of the 48 of Nathan Boland. So as I said, a good chance for a couple of the, well, let's make lesser lights because certainly Wheel is not, in case you missed my comment I made, he did beat Jared Brook in the North Brisbane Cup 20 lapper back in January, so he is a very well performed rider. One to watch. Race number 36, heat number 10. Who have we got in this one? Remy Fyfe, Harry Ryan, Ben Grabham, James Saudi, Dale Borlazy. Would expect those riders to be prominent. I think Borlazy and Harry Ryan and Remy Fyfe will fairly prominent first time out. Fyfe back in about 5th place, so he could do with a good effort here. Harry Ryan and Ben Grabham, well, we know Ben Grabham's going to be competitive whenever he goes out. Did finish second, but hey, it was second to Jared Brook first time out, so that was nevertheless a good effort. Rounded up around turn 1 and 2, but coming down to the end of the first lap, it looks like Grabham and breathing space. The 512 represented next at 5 for Rory. Harry Ryan not on song in this one. He is out almost at the back of the pack. He is in last place actually. Under threat for second place. Looks like he might have surrendered that on the last corner. He comes back. Oh! Might have got there. Then he did. Have to wait for the screen to refresh. But no doubt he'd grab him, the winner. And Borlazy did get back to the second spot ahead of Remy Fyfe. Then Richardson, Wilby and Hutchinson. Well, certainly action aplenty from the 450s, and makes your mouth water when you think of even the repercharge, how red hot that's going to be, and the finals coming up after one more full round. All right, the nippers are back out. They're going to go round and round that little track down there. And they, of course, are Spencer Marks, Casey Evans, Levi Campbell, Mason Wild, Charlie Jenkins, Reed Wild, Harry G, Flynn Beard, Arthur Johnson, Kobe Hunter, Chloe Page, Cohen McCosta, and Banjo Pelleen. Who knows where you're going to hear their names in the next 15, 20 years of, down the track as they start out their careers now. Going to have some track work, then we will pick up with event number 37. That is the Junior 250, 4-stroke, 125 2-stroke for the 13s to under 16s. It will be event number 37. In the meantime, if you're not glued to those youngsters out there doing their things, go and get yourself an eat or drink or take care of what you need to do to look after yourself, and duck down and have a look at Wayne Meyer's stand, and also the gear that Ash Sutter's brought out today. Okay, ready to resume action. Exclusive Trailers, the sponsor. 13s to under 16s, the riders either 254 stroke machines or 125 two-stroke machines. There'll be 2 heats. First round, Alexander Adamson on the 107 won his heat, as did Lucas Quinn on the 144. Lucas is in this heat. First heat in the second round, riding KTM machine bike number 144, right in the middle of the grid. David James, Cooper Williams, William Grote, Cameron Dunker, I think he was second first time out. Lucas Quinn, Nicholas Berry, Katana Robinson, Lachlan Russell, he was prominent first time as well. Henry Small and Cougar Ahapoff. Lucas Quinn rewarded with coming out in a straight line. A lot of the others had really checkered pass over the first 50 metres or so. Dunker very quickly into that battle though for the lead. Still Quinn leading from Cameron Dunker. So Lucas Quinn all the way down from Townsville as well. The last lap line goes out. Ahead of Duncan Lachlan Russell in the battle for third place with Nicholas Berry, the Victorian from the Harley Club down in Melbourne. Berry just got the advantage at the moment over Russell. So Quinn the winner again, Duncan second again. Berry steps up this time to third place, just ahead of Lachlan Russell. And the next one through was Cougar Ardepoff. Heat. First time out, Alexander Adamson on the 107 also was a heat winner, so he's trying to match the effort of Lucas Quinn, making it back-to-back wins in this second heat. Katie Wilby, Jet Carter went well. First time out, Christian O'Donnell, William Cooper Cousins, Cody Lewis in this one. He's always prominent in this class of racing. Event 38, Exclusive Trailers, the sponsor, juniors. 13s to under 16. Some of these riders will be heading into the senior ranks in the next 12 months or so. James Wood, Jet Carter, Constable Adamson and Lewis. Highway into the track for the last time. Checkered flag awaits, and it is Adamson making it 2 out of 2. Cody Lewis second, then will be the 25 of Carter, Christian O'Donnell, Michael Price, James Wood, Hudson Collins, and Jaden Roberts. Dirt Track Sidecars take to the track again for their 3 heats in round number 2. Dirt Track Sidecars sponsored by Cutler Constructions and Ruby 6 Hair and Beauty. First time outdoors wins for Matthews Siskovic on bike number 6, the 38 of Bradley Banks and the 31 of Corey Banks. Who is in this one? We've got Siskovic again, Jack Grosser, Sean Kelly. I don't think Darren Feen came out first time. Andrew Bridge and Jared Marco. He finished up runner-up in his heat.
Back on.
I'm just connecting now.
Oh, well, you're under control. You don't need me then.
The only thing where there's more than 10, I don't really want the last few. Can I change that? Can you get more than 10 on?
Get more than 10 on.
On the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, because if there's 15, I'm looking at 11, 12, 13. I don't want to know who they are, to be honest.
Yeah. So
And it's a while before you get back to 1 to 10.
hang on.
Yeah, but it is what it is, but that's the only annoying thing.
Is that got the top of the toilet boxes to choose from?
Seconds to next page, 10s.
That's when it rolls over. That's right. No, there's not much I can do. You might be able to make adjustments to that.
Lot pressure on him from Matthew Kelly on the 36.
On their back. Can you just tell him to maintain a straight line coming off the straight? He'll be watching next time.
Okay, past the line there, 36. Matthew Kelly. Should have been that week, wouldn't we? Okay, this is event number 40, the second of two heats. We've got Trevor Harvey, we've got Sean Griffiths, we've got Corey Banks, Bradley Banks, Brett Davies and Shane Davies. So both the Banks were winners first time out.
Sean Kelly was in that first heat, 39.
Yeah, well, Siskovic was supposed to be there. Anyway, this is the second heat. One bike did not move when the tapes went up. There's Banks and Harvey and Davies as they go down to the first corner, and Corey Banks with Tom Banks on the side. The leaders ahead of Brad Banks and Michael Vecchi. Sean Griffiths getting underway belatedly. Sign goes out, it's still Banks and Banks ahead of Banks and Vecchi. Trevor Harvey and East Passenger Tim Jones are in third place in the race. We've got a lap rider in there, that was Sean Griffiths, who didn't move when the tapes went up. Not surprisingly, after he showed early on that he hasn't lost anything after an absence from racing. The 31 of Rory Banks taking the win ahead of Brad Banks on the 38, Trevor Harvey on the 12, Brett Davies on the 43, and then Shane Davies. This is the third heat in the second round for the dirt track sidecars. Cutler Construction and Ruby 6 Hair and Beauty. Should have Kai Frame, we should have Ken Miller, Corey Ford, Robert Nolan, Jack Grosser and Jim Jobling. Race 41. Getting very close to the end of round 2 of competition. End of the track. Bottom corner, turn 4. Down the straight they come. Here's the one. The 195. Third place went to the 29 of Nolan. Third place was Kelly on the Sean Kelly on the 39. And Corey Ford on the 23, and relegated to last was Ken Miller. Okay, over 40s Unlimited, Jake Hydraulic, the sponsor. Jake Hydraulics and General Engineering, sponsoring the over 40s. 3 heats in this one. First time out we had Peter Gower, a heat winner, Tim Darmody a winner, and Ben Graham a winner. So in this first of 3 heats this time, Ross Merrick, Darren Saxon, Tim Darmody's in this one, Steve Mason, Clint McDonald, Ben Graham's there, Glenn D'Agostino, Darren Webb, Rodney D'Agostino, Joe Fester, Mark Dunker, Graham Judd, Clinton George, Jason Morris and Andrew Fleming. 2 heat winners, Darmody on 17 and Ben Graham on the 38 do battle in this one. One can remain unbeaten. Straight to lead West Army. He's in, will make that 4th place now. Mark Dunker, Jason Morris also quickly into stride. In fact, it's pretty congested back behind the race leader after the first lap. Checkered flag. Graham the winner, Fleming second on the 17X. Jason Morris on the 761, then Tim Darmody on the 17, followed by McDonald and Webb. The second of the heats, we'll see Paul Garland, John Evans, Ben Neave, Steve Brodie, Wesley Barnes, Daryl Mullum, Jamie Greentree, Leon Edwards, Steve Batchelor, Dale Peard, Anthony Edwards, Jade Potter, Chris Hagney and Michael Froome. Steve Batchelor, the early race leader from Michael Froome and Daryl Mullum. One lap down, good lead set up already. Steve Batchelor. Michael Froome and Paul Garland battling it out for second and third. Daryl Mullum is next, then Jamie Greentree. Well, in the past we've seen Troy Batchelor win races around here on a slider, and now we've got Steve Batchelor winning on 40 class. Paul Garland finishing second, Michael Froome was in third place, then Jamie Greentree and Daryl Mullum.
Just keep running with the races, man. We won't use the water truck just yet because it's wet and patches. So we'll do a couple more races before we get the water truck. So straight after the over 40s, send out the two strokes, please, straight away.
Okay, just word through, you might have picked up, we won't have a break straight after this race. We'll go back to the start of the program to talk, to pick up round 3. When needed, we'll do the track work. This is the final heat of the second round for the over 40s. Second round of racing will wrap up with this one. Peter Gow in this heat. Peter was a winner first time out. Timmy Jones in this one as well, and Graham Cheney on bike number 9. So a couple of the well-performed riders in particularly Peter Gower and Graham Cheney will come out in this heat. It is race number 44. John McCosker into strike, Quick Gow and Cox, Graham Cheney. Peter Gow also prominent.
That's broke a wristband. They won't bring it back to the pits.
It broke off and left in the bits and went back in.
She is the race leader now from Costa Gow. Gardner up in the 4th place, then Pritchard and Cox.
We haven't got any more there. Okay, so if it's in the pits, it's somewhere you
No, it's not in the pits.
Where is it?
Got thrown out.
Well, bad luck.
Bad luck for driving 14 hours. Bad luck.
Yeah, well, last lap Cheney for Costa Gow, still the order in the top 3.
So, you know, go on from
Piece of paper, we spent 200 entries.
I know.
That's what I'm saying.
I've spent $500 coming in with the rock. We've spent
Oscar, Gow and Carpenter, no change in that final lap. And that wraps up the second round of racing. Jake Hydraulic, the sponsor of that over 40s unlimited class. Okay, straight on with the program. We go back to the front of the program. The 250cc two-stroke class sponsored by BBF Industrial and Construction. Quite a turnaround of results between races 1 and 2. First one won by Rory Hutchinson. He then came out and finished 5th next time. Harrison Voigt on the 29 machine. He won the second race after finishing 2nd first time out. Both Seth Polashevsky and Tom Edwards on the 971 have been prominent, and Nathan Boland, the other rider, who has been in the top 5 each time. So same 5 riders on top, but very different order second time around. Race leading from Hutchinson, Boyd and Croker, and then Edwards. Leading, Boyd's nearest to him at the moment. Tom Edwards 3rd, then Hutchinson and Boland. So again, the top 5 are the same, different order. Behind them, Croker and Angel. This is the 3rd round, and this is the 3rd different winner we've had. Polashevsky wins this time. Voigt in 2nd. Voigt will be the leader after the 3rd round. 3rd place overall went to Tom Edwards, and then Hutchinson and Boland. So thanks to BBF Industrial and Construction for their support. The women are back, sponsored by Coates Hire. Brooke Goulding, comfortable winner first time out, had a tumble next time out, finished 8th. So you would imagine she is going to need to win the 3rd and 4th rounds, because both Amy King and Laura Saxon have been consistent. King with a win and a third. Saxon with 2 seconds. So an interesting points battle in this one. One mistake proving costly for Goulding, but she did the right thing, picked herself up and did finish, so getting points for 8th, which is probably about 13 points I think, is better than 0 for not finishing at all. Inside, gets the upper hand. Goulding clear, takes the checkered flag. Saxon hangs on ahead of Etheridge, and King in fourth place rather. So Goulding from Saxon. Third place Etheridge, and then fourth place was Amy King. Then Bree Levy was the next one in. Okay, good battle, interesting points battle. That will be going into the fourth and final round. Coates Hire sponsoring the Pro Open for women. 250cc 4-strokes, sponsored by AMS Mechanical. We've had a rider win both of the opening 2 races. Remy Fife on bike number 23, not 3 as in your program. And he's won both the races so far. Rory Hutchinson has been prominent, as has Angus Hutchinson and James Saudi. They're the other ones in the pointy end of the field in the first couple of outings, with Remy Fife on the 23 machine. He will start from position 9 this time, so about 2/3 of the way out, about where those 2 track officials are. gets second. Saudi's not giving it up without a fight though. Hutchinson continues to lead. That is Angus Hutchinson. Back to Rory Hutchinson, Hingerty, Smithers, O'Donnell, Agnew and Whitmore. Nice looked on the outside, no room there. He's just got to run around turn number 4 and onto the straight. Out wide, he's been in front all along, Hutchinson, and he gets there ahead of 5. Behind 5, Saudi was in 3rd place, and then Rory Hutchinson on the 114 machine ahead of Hingerty. Okay, AMS Mechanical. They were the sponsors of that 250 4-stroke class. The Hooligan Twins are back. Weldon Ware, Tools and Industrial. First time out, it was Kenny Angel just getting the better of Damien Bombardieri. Second time out, it was Damien Bombardieri just getting the better of Kenny Angel. Next best, in fact third in both of the races so far, Darren Saxon on the 11 machine. This is event 48, 3rd round, one of those classes which will be decided over 4 point scoring rounds. Bombardieri widest on the track. Kenny Angel about 2/3 of the way out. Kenny Angel and the 2 Bombardieris not far behind and on the move. Kenny Angel. He's the leader this time from Damien Bombardieri. Darren Saxon is in 3rd again. The top 2 have been the Quinella each time thus far. Saxon always in 3rd. Then Leon Edwards, Julie Bombardieri, O'Donnell and Baker. Back straight the last time. Angel with an advantage of probably about 25 metres. Closes a little bit as they get down towards the highway end of the track. And on the run down the straight, it is Kenny Angel. Oh! I don't know whether he slackened off there or what he got there. By a significant margin in the end. Angel from Damien Bombardieri, Darren Saxon. Butler got up to 4th, so he made up a lot of ground during the course of the race. It's been a fair way back early on. Okay, the kids are back. The 9s to under 13s. Heath Oxley plastering. And in this this is their last chance to win a spot in the final. Third and final round of racing. We've got Hugh Hope Hodgett, Sam Drain, Jed Fife, Michael Carrick, Preston Kraft, Zach Brady, Jacob Adamson, Isaiah Hodges, Bo Bailey, Bodie Page, Cooper Antone, Cooper Taylor, Riley Nauter and Jake Page. Pretty red hot field. Would seem to be a little bit stronger this heat than the second heat, on paper at least. And as I said, this will be their last chance to get some points, with the top riders qualifying through to the final. Event 49 is this one. Final comes up when we get to event number 77. Bodie Page, Sam Drain, Riley Nauter, Bo Bailey, Zach Brady, Cooper Antone, Hugh Hope Hodgett. So, as I said, a pretty... Bodie Page continuing to lead from Nauter, Drain and Bailey. Narrow margin in the end. Bodie Page getting there ahead of Riley Nauter, Bo Bailey and Sam Drain.
Right, and then the ones that we take up. Just so you can see what they
Alright, the second heat, event number 50 on the program. This one among the field. So we've got Ruby James and Cooper Freeman. We've got Noah Grabham, who's been prominent. He's got a third and a heat win so far. Thomas Gotts is in this one. Taylor Howard, Bodie Page, who's in the last heat, going cross-eyed here. Cruz George and Johnny Cooper and Bailey Carpenter. The field for what is the last heat. The only time we'll see the riders after this one will be in the final, event number 77 on the program.
If you want to take those ones down, just pin them like that.
So I'll pin them in there and then come there.
Yeah.
So okay.
No, you'll have to put it in.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Scott's, I think he had a third and a fourth in his first couple of heats, but made a brilliant start this time, and Graham's got himself into second place. And Gotch was Graham, then Freeman, Howard, Gow, Oxley, James, Blows, Cooper and Nichols. And then Williams and George and Carpenter. Closer to the race leader. That's great last time. If they finish where they are or reverse those positions, they'll both clearly be in the final. Bottom corner. It is tight. They both want the heat win. Down the straight they come. It was by 15 1/1000ths of a second. So if you can try and imagine that 15 1/1000ths of a second, that was the gap between Graham and Gotts. Third place to Howard, then Freeburn, Gage Gower. Okay, the Division 2 riders, demo riders are back. Very keen to get down to their little infield track. Means we're going to have a bit of track work going on around the outside. And when we come back, and find where we will be in the program, unlimited two-stroke, so it's going to be event number 51 on the program. First heat of this round for the unlimited two-stroke. Rory Hutchinson, Lucas, Liquid, Donald Allen, Cox, Gary Cox. Lee Hunter's been very consistent. A third, a second and a first. And so he's getting better as he goes. He will be one of the top qualifiers through to the final. Top seats off nicely with a win ahead of the 31 machine, which is Scott Brown. Next is in third place, the 666 of Dylan Lucas, 33 Clinton McDonald, and Jared Cox on the 63. So that was the first of the two heats, event 51. 52 is coming up now. Riders on their way to the line, and Carter Engineering, our thanks to them for their support of this meeting. Carter Engineering, the sponsors of this unlimited two-stroke class.
When you got time to have a look.
On the 971 machine, got away pretty quickly. Tim Darmody, Graham Cheney as usual, Kenny Angel as usual, all quickly into stride. I think that's the top four as they head down towards the highway end of the track on this first lap. Light gone, and it is Edwards leading from Cheney, Darmody and Angel. Edwards went very, very wide. He must have gone out to say hello to someone at the pit fence there. Surrendered the lead. Cheney's come through, but Edwards coming right back at him as they go down to turn number 3. Edwards dives up the inside. Cheney won't give it up without a fight, but he can't hold him off. Edwards gets the upper hand again. Edwards and Cheney. Then Angel and Darmody. Last time around the bottom end of the track. He's been in front for most of the race. Tom Edwards takes the win ahead of Graham Cheney. The 93 of Kenny Angel, the 17 of Tim Darmody, they will all comfortably go through to the final. Behind Darmody was Azimus, Malum, Pfister and Merrick. So that is the unlimited two-stroke class. Next we go back to the long track slider evolution class. Clancy Motor Group sponsoring this class of racing. Jody Mason has won both rounds to date. He is on bike number 2. He's going to start from the extreme outside of the grid in this third round. Jody, a Victorian, races regularly down there around the Broadford track. Loves these bikes. Still, he's been at it for quite a while. We will see him later on a modern machine in the Speedway Slider class. So this is event number 53 on the program. The 25 of Ricky Schaefer has come home in second place each time. Jeff Watson had a DNF first time out, but came home third last time ahead of Fred Hall. He did in the second round has got to come from behind. Schaefer and Mason. Taking a while to get on terms with Schaefer. But now entering the final lap. He's had enough of Schaefer's right. He goes to the inside to resume normal transmission, if you like, with Mason in front. Schaefer now back in second place. And that's the way it is for the third time out of 3 rounds. Mason winning, Schaefer second. Jeff Watson again regretting the first round where he DNF'd. Comes home in third ahead of Christopher Steep and Fred Hall and Alan Patterson. So that was the Clancy Motor Group sponsored long track slider evolution class, event number 53. Okay, 5 heat races for the Pro 450 last chance to get into or guarantee a spot in the final. The second group of riders are going to find their way into the repechage. This first heat, race number 54, heat number 11, we've got Joseph Patterson, Edward Grabham, Ben Gordon, Josh McCosker, Brianna Etheridge, Corey Booth, Steve Batchelor, Luke Bush, Dale Borlase, Alan Cox, Kane Flanagan, Jock Rogers, Harrison Small, Ben Hodder and Jared Brook. Brook, you would think, would be the rider likely to come home at the point end. A couple of others very vital for them, the likes of Bush and Borlase in particular, to get a high finish. If they finish second and third, might just be enough to get them directly into the A final. We've got at the moment both Bush and Borlase are in the top 10. They are currently ranked 8th and 9th. We've got 4 riders unbeaten from their first 2 rides. Jared Brook is one of them. He is in this heat. Bush back in 7th. He's got a bit of work to do. Very significant move there. Going into that race, he just missed the cut for the repechage, so at best you would think he'd probably get himself into the repechage with that result. So pretty significant placings there for, well, more so the second, third, fourth and fifth riders that Grabham may have done enough to lift himself at least to the repechage, while Borlase and Bush maybe have done enough to hang on to a direct transfer spot to the final. It will be the top 10 going direct to the final. The next 12 have to contest the repechage. This time we've got Malice, Wilby, Mason, Giffen, Van Grabham, O'Donnell, Boland, Wheeler, Connor Ryan, Quiney, Freeburn, Rory Hutchinson, James Sorty, Harrison Maxwell and Peter Smith. Now at the moment Ben Grabham is in the top 10. Connor Ryan is in the top 10. Harry Maxwell is just below the cut-off for the top 10. He'd be in the repechage. And Blake will be towards the tail end of the repechage field. So the couple could do themselves some big favours here. Peter Smith just below the cut-off for repechage. He needs a big result. This is event number 55. Beard Brothers Motorcycles sponsoring the Pro 450. Grabham it is in front, round turn 1 and 2 down the back straight. Lap 2 of 3. Or he's got to go via the repechage. Same with Connor Ryan. Grabham wins from Maxwell. Connor Ryan holds off Wilby. Peter Smith was in 4th place and Nathan Boland 6th. Peter Smith 5th actually and Boland 6th. So that was race 55. 56 coming up now. John Evans, Brooke Goulding, Scott Brown, Clay Potter, Shane Richards, Sterling Seeker, Wade O'Keefe, Thomas Asimus, Jason Richards, Angus Hutchinson, Brian Levy, Derek Hingerty, Damien Coppy and Harrison Voigt. So the two last names that I mentioned, Damien Coppy well and truly in the mix to be in the final direct. Harrison Voigt is sitting down in 29th place, so he needs to improve quite a few places. Whether a win or a second is going to be enough, we'll have to wait and see, but that's all he can do. The 29H of Harrison Voigt, slap bang in the middle of the grid, position 7. Copy's out a bit wider on 10, but they are probably the two riders to watch in this one, Damien Copy and Harrison Voigt. Copy wants to lock away that direct spot to the final. Voigt, if he gets there, it will be by, you would imagine, running first or second in this particular heat. It's race 56 on the program. up for grabs. Copy's going to do it comfortably in the end. Ahead of Hutchinson. Julie got ahead of Voight. So I think I'll have a stab to say that Voight won't go direct to the final on that, hoping now that he hangs on for a spot in the repechage. So Copy from Angus Hutchinson, Goulding, Voight, Richards, O'Keefe. Heat number 14, race 57, we've got Tom Northey on the 8, Harrison Ryan on the 11, the 16 of Charnock, the 25 of Wheel, 42 of Dahl, the 62 of Amy King, Laura Saxon on the 82, Jack Campman on 93, Kowalszewski on the 270, Vecchi on the 329, Smithers 338, David Smith 426, Townsend on the 470, Jacob Richardson on the 512, and Harry Scott on the 5H. Very tough heat on paper. Wheel sitting on top at the moment. He's had 2 heat wins. He's the only one of these riders who is locked in the top 10 going into this round. So a few of these riders really need a good result here to even lock themselves in and hang on to a spot in the repechage race.
What about Dolly? How's he going to points? Jordan Dolly.
12th. Turn number 3. Charnock, I think, coming through on the inside. He's drifted up a bit higher on the track. Wheel is second. Charnock back to third. Bit of a gap back behind him in third place. Separated themselves quite a bit on that last lap. Harry Ryan. He's got to try and lock him at least a spot in the repechage. Harrison Ryan outside the cut for the repechage going into the round. Could be enough to lift him into the repechage at least. Harry Ryan on the 11 takes the win. And Wheel and Charnock and the 270 of Kowalszewski. All the races are important. That one producing a good win there for Harrison Ryan ahead of Kishan Wheel, Grant Charlotte, Kowalszewski, then Dahl and Harry Scott and Jacob Richardson. Last heat, heat 15, race 58. Grammy Fife on the 23, Michael Hand on the 11, Thomas Herrick on the 14, Billy Van Erd 29, Lawson Black 53, Tom Drain 59, Curtis Wilby 81, Lee Hunter 87, Mackenzie Charles 103, Matt O'Regan 107, Thomas Scott 121, Blake Maslin 124, Daniel Wicks 176, Caden Downing 491, Ben Montgomery 671. Now Drain is unbeaten, Van Erd is unbeaten, so they both can't stay that way. Daniel Wicks is in this one, he's just above the cut line going into the round to get in the A final. Thomas Herrick just below the cut. Mackenzie Childs was headed for the repechage going into this. There on the outside widest on the track. So Drain from Wicks, Van Erd, Fife, Herrick, then Lee Hunter, Mackenzie Childs. Remy Fife nearest to him. Checkered flag for the heats for the 450s. Drain the winner. Right, then Van Erd and Wicks, then Herrick and Childs. So obviously there will be some changes to the order. It will be interesting to see who the top 10 are and who the next 12 desperate riders are going to be that have to head to the repechage. Beard Brothers Motorcycle sponsoring that 450 class. As we now move to the juniors, 13s to under 16s, there'll be 2 heats, exclusive trailers. The sponsors, these are 13s to under 16s riding either 250 4-stroke machines or 125 2-stroke machines. The first of these heats, David James and Cooper Williams and Cody Wilby and Jet Carter and Jaden Holder's not here, Tristan O'Donnell, Cooper Cousins, Cameron Dunker, Lucas Quinn been very impressive so far, Jaden Roberts and Ashton Wendell. Okay, no repechage for these classes where there's only the 2 or 3 heats, so it will just be the top 12 going direct to the final. 49, Tristan O'Donnell very quickly into stride. Cameron Dunker also. Lucas Quinn not far away, as you would expect, based on his excellent form in the first couple of races. Quinn, who's won both his races so far. Quinn wants an unbeaten run though, moves closer to Duncan now as they go down the back straight on this second lap. Jeff Carter and Cody will be having a similar battle for 3rd and 4th. Duncan hanging on. Quinn might have got the upper hand. Will be still 3rd ahead of Carter. First 4 paired off. Checkered flag awaits. And he's made it a clean sweep. Lucas Quinn. Don't know a lot about, I guess, fair to say. He's come up trumps today, winning all 3 heats so far. Cody Wilby is in 3rd place. Jet Carter is 4th. David James was in 5th place. as the riders very quickly making their way towards the starting line for the second of the two heats, which will include James Wood, William Grote, Alexander Adamson, Cody Lewis, Nicholas Berry, Katana Robinson, that is, Lachlan Russell, Henry Small, Hudson Collins, Cougar Arhipoff, and Michael Price. So Alexander Adamson and Lucas Quinn haven't met, been drawn in opposite heats each time. So 107, Alexander Adamson started on the very inside of the grid. He can match the efforts of Quinn by making it 3 out of 3. Expectation. Alexander Adamson and Lucas Quinn have both completed their 3 heats with 3 race wins each. Cody Lewis never far away, is he? Finishing in second place. Lachlan Russell comes home third, then Nicholas Berry and Cougar Arhipoff. No dramas along the way there, so all the big guns will get to the final, where points will count for little except picking their gate positions. As I said, we await the clash between the two unbeaten riders with great expectation. Over the page we go. Cutler Construction and Ruby 6 Hair and Beauty bring us the Dirt Track Sidecars again. It is 3 heats in each round. They do have a replicharge, so they've got that safety valve for those riders who aren't the top 4, maybe top 5. I'll check that for you. The Dirt Track Sidecar finals, 4 or 5.
The first 5 will go into the final, and the replicharge is the 1.
Just 1. Okay. Just getting confirmation from the race secretary. Top 5 will go direct to the final. When the points are added up after the 3rd round, top 5 to the final, and just the winner of the replicharge. So that will be a pretty cutthroat affair.
Because they added different transponders on.
Top 5, so those finishing 6th to 11th will go into the replicharge. Anyway, this first heat, we've got Robert Nolan, we've got Jack Grosser, we've got Bradley Banks, Brett Davies, Shane Davies and Jim Jobling. So a couple in particular, Jobling certainly in the mix to at least get the replicharge. carries on right around the outside, and Banks is in front by the time they get to the back straight. Ross is third, then Nolan, and Brett Davies and Shane Davies. Bradley Banks and Michael Becci. Very determined ride from them. I think they're headed direct to the final. Joblin most likely going to be in the repercharge. Look comfortable for Bradley Banks, Michael Becci. Robert Nolan and April Jerembo finished in third place behind Joblin and Weston.
Sort of been able to run that.
What's going on?
There's the end of the wall on the last turn. I didn't see it either. Seen the end was taken.
That was Joblin. Yeah, I wonder why he dropped. Yeah, so must have been Jim Joblin and Robert Weston have had a tumble on the last corner, surrendering the. I think they were in second place at the time, so it proved costly to them. Getting the stretcher out.
Yeah, I didn't see it till after the.
Okay, the fallen riders in that dirt track sidecar race, Jim Joblin, Robert Weston, not quite sure who the major concern is over at the moment. They're being attended to down there. Just another reminder to you, as well as all the food and drink outlets around the place, Ash Sutter from the Speedway Museum has got a couple of bikes on display. Got a beautiful old Jap Solo machine as well as a Norton sidecar, ridden by my favourites of all time, Graham Young and Ray Murray. and he's situated right next door to Wayne Meyer with his stand. And Wayne will be leaving later in the afternoon, so he's not going to be here right through until the nighttime session. So if you think it's going to be cold, get down there and get one of the hoodies now. But always worth going down to see the range of stuff that Wayne's got. He's got a lot of modern stuff, but a lot of t-shirts that have been produced before, and always a good bargain to pick up with some very special commemorative t-shirts from times gone by. So make sure if you haven't had a wander down that way, do so at some stage during the afternoon. Okay, tape's been put back in place. Dirt track sidecars on the move. We should be at event number 62. This is the second heat of this round. Kai Frame, Matthew Siskovic, Trevor Harvey, Sean Kelly and Andrew Bridge. Unfortunately Darren Feen not here, which has taken a little bit of a gloss off the competition. Certainly would have expected Darren Feen to be very competitive with the Bankses. They're just waiting for the last couple to move up into their positions. Very quickly away is the six machine of Siskovic and Cornwall in advance of Harvey. On the 12 with Tim Jones on the side. Battle for second on in earnest. Siskovic continues to lead. Harvey hanging on to second in advance of Kai Frame. Got a little bit dusty during the tension to the rider who crashed in the last race. Harvey continues to do a good job hanging on to second. Kai Frame is in third. Sean Kelly just behind him on the inside in fourth place. Most of the interest in that battle for second, third and fourth. Kelly now makes a big dive up on the inside. Race lead clear cut, that's Siskovic. The 39 of Kelly takes second ahead of the 12 of Trevor Harvey, the one of Frame. And just one heat to go now. Another thank you to Cutler Construction and Ruby 6 Hair and Beauty for sponsoring this dirt track sidecar class. One heat remaining. It is race number 63. for Trevor Long. In third place, Ken Miller, Charlie White on the 7 are in fourth. Well and truly spread out, Sean Griffiths, lately Baker on the 13 machine are in 5th place and at the back Matthew Kelly, Darren Freudenstein. Think we might need a little bit of water soon as Banks continue on their merry way. Tom Banks, unbeaten in the 3 heats. Second to the 666. Marco and Robinson.
Just hold off on the track, please. We're going to put some water on the track. Just hold off the over 40. Hold off.
Radio.
Okay, when we're back racing, we've got the over 40s unlimited, and they're 3 heats. That's going to bring to an end round 3 rather of competition. So program will take a little bit of a different path. Then you need to go back to the page 3 of the program to follow where it's at. We're going to see the long track sliders and the Speedway Sidecars for the first time. And then we've got the repecharge of the Pro 450. Now this, as I said, this is the repecharge for riders who have finished in places 11 to 22. Just give you a quick rundown show you the quality of riders who have to go through the repecharge. Daniel Wicks, Remy Fife, Grant Sharnock, Harrison Ryan, Tom Herrick, Jordan Dahl, Angus Hutchinson, Edward Grabham, Seth Kwolashewski, Brooke Goulding, Blake Wilby and Mackenzie Childs. That is the repecharge. Only 2 of them are going to go to the final. We'll tell you more about what's coming up after we get past these 3 races for the over 40s unlimited. Over 40s sponsored by Jake Hydraulic. Jake's Hydraulic and General Engineering. And again, there will be 3 heats, so last chance. No repecharge in this class, so it will only be the top 12 going direct to the final. Obviously with another good placing here, he's going to go through to the final. Now leading from the 17. Fleming, I think, on the 17X, and Mark Bunker, Matthew Pritchard, Chris Hagney. That hangs on for a second. Here's Mark Dunker on the 105 in 3rd place. Then Pritchard, Hackney and Malum. Penultimate heat for the over 40s unlimited. Jake Hydraulics and General Engineering, the sponsor. And again, last chance for these riders. Tim Darmody is in this heat. Clinton McDonald, Ben Grabham is in this one. He's won both of his races to date. Ben Grabham on the very outside of the starting grid. And Graham Cheney is also in this one. He's had 2 seconds so far, so well and truly on track to go straight to the final. Okay, have a look at the outside. Good start. Bringing up. It is Grabham leading from Clint McDonald. Around the first corner, then Cheney, Darmody and Froome.
Yeah, go ahead.
23 and 1 for 9.
One lap down. Grabham. 5 and 2nd. The 9, we have Paul Garland. Graham Cheney, my apologies, my ex. Graham Cheney and Clint McDonald battling for that spot. They're a long way apart on the track. One out very wide, one down much tighter on the track as they come down to get the last lap forward. It is little Grabham, then Cheney, and then McDonald. On the 41 of Glenn D'Agostino and Tim Darmody back in 5th place this time out. Number 33 in that last race, Clint McDonald's actually been penalised 3 places for getting a rolling start. So he did come in 3rd, will be relegated 3 places. Just looking back at his results, might have to wait and see whether that proves costly in getting a spot in the final. Last heat, race number 66.
Yeah, he knows that. Yep.
We just have to check what race?
The first 250 4-stroke class, because we're trying to pull the times, like times up, but apparently they're not available. Because he was clearly like 3/4 of white in front of the fence side.
J45 is listed in the program right down the bottom of the rider list. Problems getting off the line for
You might as well, man. Yes, mate.
John Evans, it was. Ahead of Jason Morris. Here's now who moves up on the inside. Ian Carpenter, Steve Batchelor not far away. Great battle for the lead.
No, they can come. Hang on. They can come back out after number 80. After number 80 in the race, we're going to raise the track and they can come out by 80, please, after 80. Right, mate, no problem.
Next. So that completes 3 rounds of competition. Jake Hydraulic sponsoring that over 40s unlimited class. So we can actually turn the page because next up we will have the long track sliders. These are the current day slider machines, and their class of racing on the program is sponsored by Echo Inspections, the sponsor of the long track slider class. So there will be 2 heats in each of the 3 rounds, and after them we'll see the Speedway Sidecars. I think we've a couple of sidecars have fallen by the way, but this will be the first time we get to see the Speedway Sidecars and the modern day long track sliders. Speedway Sidecars are sponsored by Nicholson Projects. So after this first round for both the sliders and the Speedway Sidecars, as I said, we then go to that repechage, and what a cutthroat race that is going to be. The repechage for the Pro 450 class. After that, a couple of other repechages. We're going to wrap up a few classes of racing. That's all after the little kids, the newbies, are back out on the track to have a gallop around. We're going to have a watering of the track to get it ready for the sliders and the Speedway Sidecars. And just whilst we're doing that, if you're interested, I can sort of fill you in as to who's going to be in some of the upcoming races. I mentioned the field for the Pro 450. I can look further ahead and tell you that the top 10 riders who have qualified direct to the Pro 450 final are 2 riders unbeaten, the 59 of Tom Drain and the J21 of Jared Brook. Also tied on points, another 3 riders, Ben Grabham on the 38, the 560 of Damien Coppy, and the 25 of Keishan Wheel. They both all had 2 wins and a second. Billy Van Oort has had 2 wins and a third. He qualifies in 6th place on 29 machine. The 62 of Connor Ryan qualifies in 7th place. The 178 of Dale Ball Lazy is in 8th place. And then we've got Harry Maxwell and Luke Bush, both on 60 points. And just missing out on countback was Daniel Wicks, who also got 60 points, but he finds himself in the repechage. So those 10 riders waiting in the Pro 450 final, and they'll be waiting on the top 2 from the repechage, which, as I said before, the field for that is 176 Daniel Wicks, 3 Remy Fife, 16 Grant Sharnock, 11 Harrison Ryan, 14 Thomas Herrick, 42 Jordan Dahl, 141 Angus Hutchinson, 39 Edward Grabham, 270 Seth Kolashevsky, 27 Brooke Goulding, 18 Blake Wilby, and 103 Mackenzie Childs. That could be a final at a dirt track meeting anywhere. Today it's the repechage. Now we've got 3 other finals that I can tell you about. Firstly, the 9s to under 13s. There's no record charge for them. The top 12 riders on points go to the final. No one unbeaten. The best is 2 wins and a 3rd placing. I'll just give you there in a minute. I can give you the feel for the unlimited 2-stroke MX only class. The final will be race number 78, and the riders who have qualified through to the final are unbeaten on top, Tom Edwards. On the 9X machine, Graham Cheney. 87, Lee Hunter. 93, Kenny Angel. 17, Tim Darmody. 31, Scott Brown. 666, Dylan Lucas. 94, Stephen Crocker. 33, Clinton McDonald. 63, Jared Cox. 36, Darryl Mallam. And 89, Thomas Asimus. That's event 78, 2-stroke MX final. And the other one I can tell you, event number 83, will be the junior final, 13s to under 16s. 2 riders unbeaten, obviously they never met, Alexander Adamson and Lucas Quinn. Adamson on the 107, Quinn on the 144. Cameron Dunker next on the 105, Cody Lewis 122, 19 Cody Wilby, 555 Lachlan Russell, 25 Jet Carter, 149 Nicholas Berry, 49 Christian O'Donnell, 977 Cougar Ahapoff, 19 Michael Price and 10 Cooper Williams. We'll obviously check those fields before we get to those races, but as other final fields or repercharge fields are passed on to me, I'll let you know. Another final coming up will be for the 9s to under 13s. This one's just been clarified now. Noah Grabham and Bo Bailey, both with 2 wins and a third. They are joint top scorers. Grabham on 72, on 173 Bo Bailey. On 174 machine is Bodie Page. The 422 Riley Nauta. 97 Thomas Gotts. 7 Sam Drain. 6 Hugh Hope Hodgetts. 213 Cooper Antone. 107 Taylor Howard. 46 Cooper Freeburn. 24 Gage Gower. And 552 Jake Page. So that's the 85 2-stroke, 154 stroke for the 9s to under 13s. That will be their final, and it will be race number 77. Over 40s, the intensity hasn't slackened off with those guys. We can first of all tell you who the top 10 are going straight to the final. Ben Grabham unbeaten by 38. On 34 Peter Gower, 9X Graham Cheney, 761 Jason Morris, 17X Andrew Fleming, J45 Joshua McCosker, 17 Tim Darmody, 75 Steve Batchelor, 41 Glenn D'Agostino, and B26 Ian Carpenter. The next 12 riders in line will be contesting the repechage. It comes up as event number 73. And the riders for the repechage are 51 Darren Webb, 33 Clint McDonald, 105 Mark Dunker, 766 Michael Froome, 50 Matthew Pritchett, 9 Paul Garland, 23X Steve Mason, 40 Chris Hagney, 36 Darryl Mallam, 420 Tim Jones, 44 Jamie Greentree and 45 Brooke Sutton. That is the top 10 and the repechage field for the over 40s. So the remaining piece in the jigsaw puzzle of the next 20 races or so, we've got the dirt track sidecars. We can tell you the top qualifiers, the top 5 who will go straight to the final at event number 81 is the 31 machine of Corey and Tom Banks, the 6 of Matthew Kiskovic and Lionel Cornell, the 38 of Bradley Banks and Michael Vecchi, the 39 of Sean Kelly and Tommy White, and the number 1 of Kai Frame and Michael Bryant. Now those 5 teams will go direct to the final. The 6 teams who will contest the repechage, which is event number 72 on the program, are as follows. The 666 machine of Jared Marco and Wade Robertson, the 12 of Trevor Harvey and Timothy Jones, the 35 of Jack Grosser and Sean Fuller, the 29 of Robert Nolan and April Girombo, the 22 of Corey Ford and Trevor Long, and the 36 of Matthew Kelly and Darren Freudenstein. So that is the field for the repechage and the 5 who are waiting in the final when it comes around at event number 81.
They had a running race, they had to go 40 times, and she had to sit there, print the sheet out and sit there 40 times. Allowed to
Well, I haven't. Good reason why you haven't. We will master the 4 fastest times recorded by the dirt track side, and not Banks is Bradley Banks. The winner of that will go on to take on now the straight the predators to carried second, third, and from the pro drain will take time. Van will take modern day sliders which are yet to the track, and just on the times recorded coming up. long track sliders sponsored by Echo Inspections. This is event number 67 on the program. Heat number 1 should have Jody Mason on the 2, Grant Sharnock on the 6, Harrison Ryan on bike 11, Jack Morrison on the 13, Mitchell Watson on the 17, Reece Cremeen on the 19, Aidan Clare on 24, Julian Bombardieri on the 29, James Bevan on 34, Leon Edwards on the 72 machine, Doug Pullinger on 142, Luke Power on 315 and Jock Rogers on 514. Echo Inspections, the sponsor, long track sliders, only chance for them to record a quick time to get into the shootout. Contenders as the top 4 break away. One's gone down on turn 2, out of harm's way, and no damage done to himself. So he's picked himself up. He's in fact back on the bike and away he goes.
Don't worry about it.
Jack Morrison. We get back to Harrison Ryan and Grant Sharnock. So we've got 2 match races at the front of the pack, one for first and second, another for third and fourth, and both those match races have changed in their outcome. At this stage, the leaders may come onto the main straight with 1 lap to go. And Morrison on the first battle, and the second place rider's gone down. That's James Bevan. Yellow flag, yellow flag. James Bevan thankfully out of harm's way. Jack Morrison.
Well, he's down to...
Another one falling over there. Sharnock in second place, Harrison Ryan, Mitchell Watson, Julian Bombardieri was the next one in 5th place. We've got Jody Mason on the 2 machine, Reece Cremeen and Leon Edwards.
One of these guys going to have to hold the yellow flag
Yeah.
and look that way.
So a couple of riders falling, both James Bevan and Doug Pullinger coming to grief. So that's the first of the 2 heats. The second one is coming up now. It is event 68. Michael Slade on the 9. Jason Stewart is out, has not travelled up from Mildura. Damien Bombardieri on the 16, Brock Hall on the 20, Harrison Giffen on the 26, Alexander Giffen on 27, Shane Baker on the 32, Jordan Dahl on the 42, Sean Walsh, I think might be out, Christian Hoberg on the 188, Mick Cogdell on the 10 and Daniel Wilson on the number 512. Sorry, Cogdell on 507.
Did they do 3 or 4 laps in that one?
Three laps that was.
Thank you. There was confusion on the start line. The guy wasn't listening to the radio. Sorry. Can you let the riders know that well that one coming in? Sorry, the guy wasn't listening.
So Michael Slade will start middle of the grid, position number 7. Jordan Dahl towards the inside, position number 3. So 1 lap in. Giffen. Not far behind him, Damien Bombardieri, Shane Baker and Daniel Wilson. Win there for the rider of bike number 42, Jordan Doyle, ahead of Michael Slade. And then we've got a couple of Giffens, the 26. Firstly, Harrison Giffen in third, Alexander Giffen in fourth. Damien Bombardieri is the next one home on bike number 16. Then Daniel Wilson on the 512. And last across the line was Shane Baker on 32. Bad luck for Bogdell, come all the way from Victoria and didn't get off the line in that one. So that was the long track sliders, the first round for them, and we now turn our attention round literally to the other direction, and I think we've lost a few of the sidecars. I'm not quite sure who
So
is.
is this guy going to do a start or just a demo?
Let's just go give him. Three laps.
Well, news has just come through. What you see on the track is our Speedway Sidecars. So I don't know what is going on here, but Speedway Sidecars, we've never had massive numbers, but the entries are there for you to see. But we have got Stephen Saunders and Dwayne Dennis on the 707 machine. Last Saturday night they contested the New South Wales Speedway Sidecar Championship up at the Curry track. Just missed out on a spot in the B final from memory. So they were getting around pretty well last weekend on a very small track, something very different this weekend. So at least sit back and appreciate and see something different as we see bike at least going in the other direction. It is Stephen Saunders and Dwayne Dennis. Stop the bike, they're going to turn it off. How about you give them a big hand? Dwayne Dennis is from Townsville in far north Queensland. He's flown down this weekend to ride at Bathurst and to partner Stephen Saunders. And well, you can see what's happened to the rest of the ranks. Very disappointing, but a big shout out to Dwayne Dennis. He's been around the sidecar field for a long time, and he and Stephen Saunders have I will go as far as to say I've been well and truly let down by the rest of the entries who are not here today. And you can imagine what programmers are going to think when they go and program put their meetings together, whether it is worthwhile putting Speedway Sidecars on the program. All right, we've got a very serious race coming up. It is the Pro 450 Repecharge. These are the guys that finished 11th to 22nd. I read through the field before. It is Daniel Weeks, Remy Fife, Grant Charnock, Harrison Ryan, Thomas Herrick, Jordan Dahl, Angus Hutchinson, Edward Grabham, Seth Kwalashevsky, Brooke Goulding, Blake Wilby and Mackenzie Childs. This is the Repecharge, only two. We'll go through to the final. Last Chance Saloon. Not quite ready there, still some arm waving from the officials on the starting line. Tapes up, good start, away they go. 2 spots up the road, Graham in second place there, Kwalashevsky, and it looks like Charnock in the middle. But Harry Ryan is in front at this stage. He's going to go to the final. Who's the other one going to be? Look at how close it is. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. A break from the pack as they go around turn 3 and 4. Onto the main straight this time. 1 lap done. It is very wide. And then I think it's Charnock in 4th place. Daniel Wickster, Thomas Herrick, Jordan Dahl all just behind in 5th, 6th and 7th at the moment. A lot of work to do. Top 2 look clear cut. 1 lap to go. Harry Ryan, the leader. They're the ones they got to catch. Charnock and Grabham having a great battle for 3rd. That won't do them any good. They got to get to 2nd. So Ryan leading. Kwalashevsky 2nd. They're going to the big dance. So Harrison Ryan, Seth Kwalashevsky, behind him, Grabham, Charnock, Herrick, Wicks, Dahl, Fife, Childs, and one other's just gone off the screen, that'd be Wilby, and the 141 of Hutchinson and Brooke Goulding. So Desperation Stakes, the two that have come up trumps, Harry Ryan and Seth Kwalashevsky. Another cutthroat affair. 6 dirt track sidecars, 1 spot up for grabs in the final. 666 is Jared Marco, the 12 of Trevor Harvey, 35 Jack Grosser, 29 Robert Nolan, 22 Corey Ford, 36 Matthew Kelly. 6 riders, 1 spot available in the final. So the Repecharge we just saw, it was the 4th and 9th best qualifiers into that Repecharge that got through to the final. So being best, or the next best top qualifier for the Repecharge meant nothing for Wicks and Fife, who finished back in 6th and 8th places respectively. So Marco, best of the qualifiers, the best of the scorers, to lead the 6 teams into this Repecharge. But like all the finals, record charges are the same. It means nothing what you've done before. He's just on this one race. Bit of a bump between the two on the outside. He's leading as they go past us the first time. Jake Rosser on the 35 machine in second place. But Trevor Harvey and Tim Jones. Got a nice little buffer going into turn number 3. Is quickly shut down, but that rider goes very, very wide, in trouble, basically spun around to nothing there, and he is out of contention, gets himself going again around halfway. Challenger to Harvey and Jones are the 29 of Nolan, and back in third place is Corey Ford on the 22. Nolan getting closer to Harvey. There's a lap and a dash down the straight to go. Trevor Harvey, Tim Jones. Gets the lead out a little bit more down the straight. Narrows in the corners. Jones, Nolan rather, closing in on Harvey and Jones. But down the back straight, Harvey seems to have the extra mumbo, and he's leading. Again, the gap between them is cut as they go round the corners, but down the straight, Harvey looks to have enough in his tank, and Harvey and Jones are going to the final. So the 12 of Harvey, the 29 of Nolan, the 36 of Kelly, the 666 of Barco, and the 35 of Grosser. They were the ones that completed the entire journey. Ford were the ones that basically spun out when they were taking a very wide line around turn 3 and 4. Okay, the over 40s, they've had a rest. Those that finished 11th to 22nd are chasing 2 spots in the final. Ran through the field before quickly again. Darren Webb, Clinton McDonald, Mark Dunker, Michael Froome, Matthew Pritchett, Paul Garland, Steve Mason, Chris Hagney, Daryl Mallam, Timothy Jones. He's got to jump off the sidecar. He's just won the repechage in the sidecars. Tim Jones, he's out in the repechage for the over 40s. And then we've got Jamie Greentree and Brooke Sutton. And not unexpectedly, Tim Jones, one of the last riders out onto the track, having jumped straight off the sidecar, where he's disqualified for the dirt track sidecar final. And he's now trying to win himself some individual acclaim by getting through to the final of the over 40s. Very close. The point span for the best to worst in this is from 51 points down to 40 points, so not a huge gap between them, which would suggest it would be a pretty evenly matched race. Looks like Mark Dunker on the 105 machine, best to begin. McDonald, Michael Froome, Darren Webb also pretty prominent in that early charge. Scrap between Mark Dunker and Clinton McDonald. The rider with a bit of work to do is Darren Webb. He's in third. Needs to be in the top 2. The top 2 are very close together. The dash down the straight from the highway corner at turn 4. Then they'll have one lap to go. Dunker hanging on to a second, but now up on the inside drives Darren Webb. Comes through, takes second. Can Duncan come back at him?
Can you let 44 know he was got a roll on the start? Can we move back 3 places, please, when he comes in?
The checkered flag looms. Clinton McDonald going to the final. Darren Webb going to the final.
Are you there? Brett, are you there?
Who were those that won that? Who was first?
McDonald the winner, and Webb will go to the final.
Just moving back, Lyndall.
Okay, thank you. Well done.
Brett, what do they see you there, please? Let 44 know. So just came out of that race and he just move back 3 spots for a roll and start, please. Thank you.
33.
Okay, we go back to the start of the program. This is it is, for all intents and purposes, a final, 4th and final point scoring round, but it will be decided on points over all 4 rounds. And we've had 3 different winners in the 3 rounds so far. Rory Hutchinson's won a round, Harrison Boyd has won a round, and the 270 Seth Kolashevsky has won a round. So it is still all up for grabs. Leader ahead of Rory Hutchinson, Tom Edwards, Nathan Boland, Steve Crocker and Kenny Angel. Have to wait for a tabulation of the final points after this one. Voight has had a win in 2 seconds, so if he stays in front, should be enough to wrap it up.
That's why I wanted that.
Edwards is on the move. He's got 3/3, so that's probably not going to be enough, even if he can manage to get past and grab the race lead. Now Harrison Boyce looks like it will be a race win. Could it be a class win as well? Challenge coming off the final corner from Edwards, but he's not close enough. It is Boyce from Edwards, then Hutchinson and Boland and Croker. So just wait for confirmation. I would think that 2 wins in 2 seconds is going to be enough for Harrison Boyd to take the overall victory. Minor placing still to be worked out between Hutchinson and Edwards. Now the women, they've got a very interesting finale too. The women sponsored by Coates Hire, BBF Industrial and Construction sponsoring that 250 class we've just seen. Now, if you weren't here before, Brooke Golding has won 2 of the races, but she finished back in 8th place in the other one because she fell off and had to pick herself up. In the meantime, Laura Saxon has got 3 seconds. So I think 3 seconds will just have her ahead at the moment. Not quite sure if it will be enough if Goulding wins this one. And the other rider in the mix, of course, is Amy King, who's on bike 62, and she's got a 1st, a 3rd and a 4th. So very interesting points battle. Goulding has always looked the fastest rider, but one mistake proved very costly in the 2nd outing of the day. Etheridge on the 11, been very competitive all day. Saxon and King and Goulding. Bree Levy has certainly, it was probably the next in line after those 4 that I mentioned. So who will it be? Goulding pretty much in the middle of the grid. Can Saxon get around and not quite? Doing a very quick calculation in my head, if Goulding's got 3 wins and a third against 4 seconds, that makes the last race result, and it is Goulding in front. I'm not sure whether Goulding looked at the points and worked that out. She's got to win, but to win you've got to finish. You've got to keep it upright and bring it home in one piece. So could it be down to a count back? I'm just wait for confirmation of that. The Goulding in this one. Saxon, Amy King, then the 11 of Etheridge, and Brian Levy. So the same top 5, different order each time, but both shown out.
Can you ask if anyone's found a set of greasers away to the Okay. Thanks, Peter.
So Goulding, their second place going to Amy King, then Laura Saxon, Brianna Etheridge and Bri Levy. I think unofficially Goulding just winning without a countback, with Saxon finishing second overall and then King. That's my maths, trusting my maths. Lady has lost a set of carcous, very importantly for her. Maybe down in the vicinity of the ladies' toilet. So if you have found a set of carcous, don't know what brand of car it is, but make a car, but somebody has lost some keys, which obviously they want to be reunited with. So perhaps if you have found them, maybe bring them up to the tower here. All right, Lent 76 AMS Mechanical, the 250cc for 4 strokes. Remy Fife has been the best so far. He's had 2 wins and a second. So the others in the mix, James Saudi and Rory Hutchinson. But if Fife will have a bit of a points buffer at the moment, fortunately for him, and Saudi in the middle, round the outside comes one of the Hutchinsons, but Fife wants to wrap it up, put it beyond doubt, which he would do if he won this round as well. Hutchinson it is. 14 on his back. James Saudi back to third ahead of Derek Higgity and Rory Hutchinson. Corey Smithers, Tyler O'Donnell, Harrison Small, Zachary Hagney and Josh Wigmore. Bottom corner, down the straight they come. One lap to go. Only in third place. Remy Fife, another not long out of the junior ranks. Run in, race win, that'll be a class win for Remy Fife. Rory Hutchinson, 7 and James Saudi, they'll fight it out for second and third overall. And the next one here I think was Hingerty and Hutchinson, the 44 of O'Donnell, and Small was the next one in. So that's another class wrapped up. Race 76 AMS Mechanical, and we keep going. We go to event 77. Okay. Yep.
Excuse me, Pete. Steak and pepper pie or a sausage roll?
Sausage roll.
Either one. That might be our flash serviettes. Sorry guys, enjoy.
Thank you.
Oh, you're the runner.
Okay, we're at event 77. This is juniors 9 to under 13. Cracking final shaping here. These are riders 85cc, 2-stroke 150cc, 4-stroke 9 to under 13. All the guns have made it through. Noah Grabham, Bo Bailey, Bodie Page, Riley Nowder, Thomas Gotts, Sam Drain, Hugh Hope Hodgetts, Cooper Antone, Taylor Howard, Cooper Freeban, Gage Gow and Jake Page. It is event 77, Heath Oxley Plastering, the sponsor. No one unbeaten. Best was 2 wins and a third place by both Noah Grabham and Bo Bailey. Some car keys have been found. If you can identify them for us up at the tower, we can reacquaint you with them after this race.
Just because it's a final.
No, so it's twice a day.
9s to under 13s. Can confirm Harrison Voigt, class winner in the 250, and Brooke Goulding, winner in the Women's Open. Okay, we're underway. Who is in front? Great chance. I think just ahead at the first corner from Grabham. And Gott's very prominent in the charge to the first corner as well. Bo Bailey, Grabham's up there, Riley Nowder, Cooper Antone. They've sorted themselves down on the lap though, and as they come down the straight this time it is in second place. Riley Nowder is third, Bodie Page, then Drain and Gotts and Hope Hodgetts and Gower and Antone. The gap is stretched out. Bailey now comfortably in front, comfortable as you can be in a race like this. You got to keep doing everything right for another lap and a quarter. He's done everything right for the first 2 laps. Now it's a 4-lap final. Time for Riley Nowder. He's shaken off Noah Grabham. So can Riley Nowder, the Queenslander, haul in Bo Bailey? 2 3/4 laps run. This time the last lap board goes out. Nowder's a bit closer. Still got ground to make up. Grabham ranks in third. 174. Bodie Page is in 4th place. Bailey leading. Nowder trying to close that gap. Half a lap to go. Down to the bottom corner, the highway end of the track. Nowder a little bit closer still. As they get to turn 4, Bailey in front. Nowder goes to the outside. Has he got the jump mumbo down the straight? No, Bailey's got him. So Bailey wins from Riley Nowder and Grabham. And Bodie Page and Sam Drain and Taylor Howard and Hugh Hope Hodgetts and Thomas Gotts. And we're going to hear a lot more about quite a few of those riders, I would imagine, in the years to come. Thank you, Heath Oxley Plastering, for your support.
Four laps also, 4 laps.
Found that
Here's 4 laps for this one, 4 laps.
So the unlimited two-stroke final, Carter Engineering, the sponsor, Tom Edwards on the 971, unbeaten in the heats. Graham Cheney, Lee Hunter, Kenny Angel, Tim Darmody, Scott Brown, Dylan Lucas, Steve Croker, Clinton McDonald, Jared Cox, Daryl Mallam and Thomas Asimus. 12 riders to do battle over 4 laps. The final of the Carter Engineering sponsored unlimited two-stroke class. Graham Cheney, race leader, unbeaten so far. That's Tom Edwards trying to go around the outside, but Cheney chops him off at the pass, halfway down the back straight. So Edwards now, is he going to switch to the inside? Cheney, narrow leader over Edwards. Off the bottom corner the first time. They'll have 3 laps to go. Behind them, Lee Hunter and the 30 runner Scott Brown. Registering on here. Edwards isn't registering. Two laps to go. Cheney continues to lead. Edwards continues to chase. Hunter and Brown are next with Angel Croker, Lucas, Cox, McDonald and Darmody. 1.5 laps to go. Graham Cheney leading. He's led from the outset. He thwarted one attempt from Edwards to pass halfway down the back straight on the first lap. This is 1 lap to go. Again, Edwards looms, this time on the inside. Can he get pull off the move? Cheney's got the outside line there tight. Cheney outside, Edwards inside, back straight, half a lap to go. It's all on the last half lap of racing. Cheney continues to hold on. Edwards is still coming up on the inside. Has he got his nose in front? Cheney coming back on the outside. Cheney the outside. Cheney's going to win it. What a great spectacle that was in that final. Both riders, they left room for each other, and there was room there, but not just enough oomph to come from behind for Edwards, and it's resulted in an absolutely fabulous final that we've just seen. Now the long track evolution class is sponsored by Clancy Motors, and this is a 4th and final round for them. Now Jody Mason's just got to stay out of trouble on bike number 2. He's won all 3 rounds so far. A couple of them he's bided his time, but only got to the lead with a lap to go, but he is clearly the class outfit in this one. Ricky Schaefer has been very consistent and obviously sitting in 2nd place at the moment. So Mason could afford not to win it, but because he has quite a nice little points buffer over Schaefer. And Jeff Watson, unluckily for him, didn't finish in the first heat, but he's been quite competitive in the 2nd and 3rd races.
Yeah.
respect off the line, but quickly around the second and third place riders. And wouldn't be surprised if Mason doesn't go all out. He doesn't have to beat Schaefer in this one. He'll obviously take the chance if it presents itself, and he is closing that gap. But Schaefer has been certainly the next best, if you like, Jeff Watson again in third place. Mason, as I said, he will certainly take the invitation if it presents itself, and he comes through on the inside now. So he has made it, providing he gets through the next lap in a bit, he will have made it for wins from as many starts. So another one of our long distance travellers to get here this weekend being rewarded. Can't do any more than 4 out of 4. A couple of them he had to come from behind, but he is a class act in this particular class of racing in the evolution class. Schaefer in second, Watson just getting to the line ahead of Steep. Now I think Fred Hall, the next one home, and one still coming, which I think will be Alan Patterson. Alan, a great supporter of racing here at Bathurst over great many years. All right, one of the big races on any program, any dirt track or long track meeting in Australia is always the Pro 450 final, sponsored by Beard Brothers Motorcycles. I've given you the field before very quickly. Again, it is Tom Drain, Jared Brook, Ben Grabham, Damien Cobby, Tyson Wheel, Billy Van Erd, Connor Ryan, Dale Ball Lazy, Harrison Maxwell, Luke Bush, and two from the Repechage, which if I go back are Harrison Ryan and Seth Bolashevsky. We said the Repechage field was good enough for a final. What's this? This could be a championship race anywhere in the country. To decide the best in the Pro 450 class. Jared Brook and Tom Drain both unbeaten. Ben Grabham carries the hopes of the locals and the older brigade. Damien Cobby's in the older brigade class 2. Plenty of teenagers, a couple of old stagers. Let's see who it will be. Great start. There's Jared Brook, Connor Ryan, and Grabham's up there as well. When he makes a good start. Jared Brook, he's hard to beat any time, but if he can nail the start, how hard is it to beat him? Brook, and the 38 of Ben Grabham. Brook, Drain, Grabham, Copy, Wheel, Ryan. That's Connor Ryan. 2 laps in, 2 to go. lap to go. The gap has got bigger each time around. Is he going to do it again today? He started off on the right foot. Jared Brook from Drain and Grabber and Coffee well got himself up to 6th place. Jared Brook made a great start, went right on with the job. So the dirt track sidecar final is next. It is going to be contested by the 31 of Banks and Banks, the 6 of Siskovic and Cornwall, the 38 of Banks and Vecchi, the 39 of Kelly and White, the 1 of Frame and Bryant, and the 12 of Harvey and Jones. Dirt track sidecar sponsored by Cutler Construction and Ruby 6 Hair and Beauty. Sorry?
It's a more program, it's about 82.
I guess the question here is, can anyone get near Corey and Tom Banks by 31? They have been the standouts. Recorded the fastest lap time.
Disappeared for a while.
Can anyone beat them? It is the 31 machine. Siskovic on the 6, quickly into stride. Finds himself challenged there. I think it's Brad Banks vying for second spot with him at the moment.
Take papers there for something.
Can't come in and see me. We done a tie there, and he went on the 4 feet and don't make it sure.
And 1 lap down it is. Banks and Banks ahead of Banks and Betsy, then Siskovic, Harvey, Frame and Kelly. Interest towards the back with 4th and 5th place riders. That's Harvey and Frame having a good battle. The 2 laps in. Easy as it comes for Corey and Tom Banks. 38 Bradley Banks in second, then Siskovic. Frames won that battle at the moment. He's got up to 4th ahead of Harvey with Kelly out the back. Hopes of getting to 3rd, moving up on the back of Siskovic on the 6 machine. Kelly trying to relegate Harvey to the back of the field, but how easy was it? Not unexpected. Corey and Tom Banks to win it. Brad Banks, Michael Vecchi second. Siskovic hangs on ahead of Frame, and Harvey just did hang on ahead of Kelly. So that was the Dirt Track Sidecars. That was event number 81. Finally out. It's been 82 now. Might be the Hooligans. Yep, the Hooligan Twins, sponsored by Weltware Tools and Industrial. This is their 4th point scoring round. Yeah.
They're talking about that on the infield now. I think they're just going to keep going and yeah, Leonard's just gone on the infield there to talk to Smithy and them, so I'll get her to get back there as soon as we work that out before.
So far, Kenny Angel has had 2 wins in a second. Damien Bombardieri has had a win in 2 seconds. Should Bombardieri win this one ahead of Angel, they'll be equal on points, but the tie-break will be resolved by the winner of the last round. So Angel needs to win it. He's got to hold off Bombardieri to take the overall placing. David Butler moves himself up into 3rd place overall. And that may even be getting him up into 3rd place overall. Darren Saxon's the one he's battling with there. Probably certainly needs to beat Saxon to haul him in on points. Last lap board out this time. It's still Angel. Not by a massive margin though, over Bombardieri. 3rd place Saxon. The Hooligans on their last lap of their last race. Is he going to change the order? Bombardieri's got one last charge. Has he got there? Whoa! Hasn't refreshed the screen yet. I'm waiting for it to come up. One we've had actually 12 1,000ths of a second, so just over 1/100th of a second. Yeah, cigarette paper in it basically, but Angel takes the race win and it will be enough to give him the overall win as well. So that is event number 82 on the program. We should have juniors next. Exclusive trailers coming out for their final for the 13s to under 16s, and we've given you the feel for this one. 2 unbeaten riders actually. I think she, was David Smith after the course. And that'll be David. I'm here by myself. I didn't get the Lindell's phone in time. Okay, I've got, yes, I can tell you. There's 4 bikes, so the 2 slowest will go first, and they'll race off. And then the next one, the winner of that will go to the next one, and so on. So I'll put it over now and announce it. Yes, yep. So the dirt track sidecars, we're going to run their shootout at the moment. Now the dirt track sidecars, their shootout will bring together their top 4 riders. This shootout sponsored by JHG, Jake's Hydraulics and General Engineering. The 3rd and 4th best riders in the dirt track sidecars, Corey Ford and Jared Marco. They will go head to head for a lap, and the winner will then move on to race the 2nd fastest qualifier, Bradley Banks, and the winner of that will go on to take on the fastest qualifier, Corey Banks.
So you had a set of keys, Henny?
Yep. What makes it come?
No, that you said it was a trailer set. That one wasn't
Another
his.
car.
No, that's all we got. So what do you got some final places
I got
there?
all there, I got them all city there for her.
Okay.
Did need to check with her on there until we got a tie.
Yep.
And went
Highest
down.
placing in the last round.
Great. Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Now what we do to it, operate, we can make sure.
Yes, yeah. I said that during the commentary. I was
Yeah,
thinking there might have been a couple. I didn't realise back to 3rd there might have
Yeah.
been.
So yeah, I do have the ball city there for her, and I'll just print out
Well,
the.
that last one, we could have been 2 minutes and 2 seconds each. If he had got him on the line, he would have won it overall because they would have been equal. He won the final round.
Confirming 2 laps.
The 666 of Jared Marco in advance of Corey Ford. Winner stays in the competition, the loser goes out. So there it is, Jared Marco and Wade Robinson proceed. Whether it was it one? Big tumble down there, one rider up, one moving on the ground.
Someone just passed the corner forward, mate.
Sorry? Yeah. Well, I was here in 2 laps and then they said put the flag out.
Well, that's what I said. They were just on the radio. They were saying what's going on. It's only supposed to be 2 laps.
He slowed down and next race for the shootout underway. And it is Brad Banks, Michael Vetchy now taking on Jared Marco, Wade Robinson. And Marco closing up on Banks and Vetchy down the back straight. It is 2 laps this time, we've been told. The Banks still leads by a massive margin. Banks, Michael Vetchy winning the second part of the shootout, so it'll be now Banks and Vetchy to do battle in the final. Banks, Tom Banks, they have been dominant all day. 3 heats and the final they won. They've done the fastest lap, that's why they've just got this one shot at the shootout. Bradley Banks, Michael Vetchy can't go with them. Regardless of the opposition, it has certainly been a very classy display by these multiple times champion riders and passenger Corey Banks and passenger Tom Banks, who have cleaned up in the all their races today.
Can you send the paper up now, can you please take this sidecar back, please? On their way.
So, what was that?
Say that again?
Was that a runoff?
No, that was the shootout for them.
So this is the shootout?
This is the shootout for the well, it was over the Pro 450 class, the Unlimited, the 40 over 40s and the women's class. And the top 4 were Jared Brook, Billy Van Erd, Harrison Ryan and Tom Drain. So first to step up will be Harrison Ryan on the 11 and Tom Drain on the 59. The winner will do battle with Billy Van Erd, and the winner of that will do battle with Jared Brook. So first up, Harrison Ryan, Tom Drain. Drain drifts up track, blocks any movement by Harrison Ryan around the outside. Down to the highway end of the track. Drain still leading from Harrison Ryan. About 10-15 metres between them. Down the straight this time. 1 lap to go. Drain and Ryan's given up the chase. So there it is, Tom Ryan. We'll move on to do battle with Billy Van Erd. No, they're just pulling up on the infield till they just pull up on the infield till they finish in the four and go off together.
Oh, I just noticed someone on one to get going.
Yeah. So having won that first race, Tom Drain will now do battle with Billy Van Erd. Drain coming up to the starting line, comes up on the inside of Van Erd. Pretty close together on the starting line. Tapes her up. Drain goes through. Inside Van Erd's got a little bit passing because Drain is in front. To the decider against Jared Brock. It was black as over there 5 minutes ago.
Hello.
Yeah. Drain coming back up to the starting line. Brook sitting, waiting. Wind has certainly come up. We've got Drain on the inside, Brook on the outside. Tapes up. Drain quick again. Outside. Drain got enough to move up. He does. He blocks that run. Brook's got to come back now to the inside, down the back straight. First time. Drain leading. Here's Brook coming. Moves up on the inside, down into turn 3 and 4. Tom Drain. Still in front. Couple of bike lengths. Drain leading. Brook is on the line that, Drain's on the line. He wants to be on, so he's got to get to him and find another line. Find a way round him. Drain's still in front. Half a lap to go. Brook looming on the outside. Is he going to go outside or cut back inside? Drain onto the main straight. Brook looms, but he's not close enough, I don't think. Drain's going to win it! So the fourth fastest qualifier has beaten the third fastest, the second fastest and the fastest. And Tom Drain has won the shootout.
Someone is still officially junior. But someone is still official, yeah.
83.
Ladies' keys are still
It looks like we may be continuing with the shootouts to get the long track solo shootout up next. I can see Grant Sharnock out on the track. I can see the 42 of Jordan Dall, 26 of Harrison Giffen rather.
Is that the
That's-
thing that's handed in?
Yeah, this one's too loud.
Oh, give me a hug.
That wasn't me! That
You want
wasn't
the
me!
music just too loud?
I've been stressed now. I'm like, how am I going to get back to playing?
It wasn't me. Someone other nice person did it.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So just the one round of races to decide who goes out in this. We haven't got printouts to tell us who. Grant Sharp won and Sharnock moved through to grab the lead. Back straight on the first time. Very high there, and basically loses all his advantage. Got to get back to work, so to speak, for the last 3/4 of a lap. And Sharnock comes home in advance of Harrison Giffen. Waiting to see who steps up next. Michael Slade was one of the riders out there for the shootout. Not sure who the other one was. His bike number 13 on the starting line. That is Jack Morrison, one of our Victorian riders, regular Speedway rider, Jack Morrison. And he, in fact, won his first heat, so not surprising to see him in second qualifying spot. Michael Slade obviously recording the fastest time. So Sharnock inside, Morrison outside. Morrison to the good around turn 1 and 2. Sharnock's got some work to do. Continues to bring this one around onto the main straight. He's done that pretty comfortably this time. Ahead of Grant Sharnock will be Michael Slade to come to the track now. Might have blown the rain away.
It's windy out there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
See, everything's...
When I walked out there before without my hat, I was getting big spots.
Well, as I said,
It's
that
come
was
around the
black
mountain.
as there, but he was just like this. I mean, that's over there, but that's like over the other side of the highway.
So I might just follow that mountain around and then miss us all again, you know? A bit of luck. At least the weather's so just with the track.
Someone's been saying their prayers up here.
Yeah.
The rest of the state is very envious. See, they should run more long track meetings. See what happens when they put them on.
If they're every twice a year or something. There's some different showgrounds around the country.
Such a big job. Morrison inside tapes didn't go up even. They'll have to restart that. Red flag situation if they can hear us over there. Tapes did not go up evenly. Went up at an angle across the face of Morrison. So he will come back to that inside starting position with Michael Slade on the outside. My apologies, it's not Michael Slade, it's Jordan Dahl was the fastest qualifier. Saw the blue leathers there, so but Jordan Dahl has got some work to do because Morrison in front, he drifted very high there, may well have had a problem and he's just drifted up high on the track and Jordan Dahl has come storming through on the inside. Jordan Dahl was the other race winner besides Jack Morrison. And that I guess helped them over the quickest times. A checkered flag. It's easy. Looked easy, didn't it? He's worked hard to achieve the top qualifying spot to start with. And he hasn't put a foot wrong, so can take nothing away from the man, Jordan Dahl. An impressive winner, deserving winner of the long track slider shootout. So those bikes now being pushed back to the pit area. There's been a few anxious looks towards the sky in recent times. A very, very big black cloud went to the east, the other side of the highway, but looking out more to the north, I guess, and northwest, dark skies there. And so far, Bathurst has been blessed with good weather this weekend, and no doubt the envy of much of the state that it has avoided the heavy rains and torment that has struck so many areas of New South Wales. Now on the program we go to event number 107. That is the juniors. It is the junior final for the 13s to under 16s. Sponsored by Exclusive Trailers. A while back I did give you the field. Alexander Adamson on the 107 and Lucas Quinn from the Townsville Club on the 144. They both unbeaten, haven't met yet. Cameron Dunker, Cody Lewis, Cody Wilby, Lachlan Ryan, Jet Carter, Nicholas Berry, Christian O'Donnell, Cougar Ahapov, Michael Price and Cooper Williams. These are the 12 riders to do battle in the Exclusive Trailers sponsored final. the two unbeaten riders, Adamson on the 107, Quinn on the 144. Cameron Dunker hasn't been all that far behind in a couple of the heats. Cody Lewis never far away. Outside it is Cody Lewis, who's got the advantage, one having a big problem there, almost clipping the back wheel. But Cody Lewis, Cameron Dunker and Lucas Quinn, I think it was, who were the best to show out at the start. Down the straight at the end of the lap, here's Dunker leading from Lewis. Quinn is in third place, then Wilby Adamson's up to fifth now after obviously a not so good start. So neither of the unbeaten riders from the heats are at the pointy end of the pack at the moment. The lead still held by Dunker. Here's Lucas Quinn now, he's up to second, challenging. Not real smooth around that corner. Almost clipped the back wheel of the race leader. And that's given Dunker a little bit of breathing space. Out by about 20 metres at the end of that back straight. The Dunker still leading. Quinn second, and Lewis and Adamson. And Berry up to fifth place. Dunker and Quinn. Side by side off the last corner. Who gets there? So the win so narrowly to Cameron Dunker. Second place to Lucas Quinn, third to Cody Lewis, then Adamson, Berry, Wilby, Russell, Carter, O'Donnell and Argoff. This is the over 40s final. Over 40s final. Sponsored by Jake Hydraulic. Ben Grabham unbeaten, top qualifier. We've got Gow, Cheney, Morris, Fleming, McCosker, Darmody, Batchelor, Glenn D'Agostino and Carpenter. Plus we've got McDonald and Webb from the Repechage. Grabham started on the inside by choice, drifted up track. Got a good run around the first corner, back straight the first time, he's 20 metres ahead of the pack. So one lap down. Cheney's made his way to second ahead of Fleming. McDonald in fourth, then Batchelor and McCosker. Things are pretty congested from third back to 8th or 9th. 2 laps in, Grabham on track. Very comfortably in second. Fleming easily comfortably in third. Behind that, much good change. Clear cut. The blokes behind look like they're still racing for sheep stations. Last corner, and it's a win for one of the locals. Ben Graham comfortably. David Cheney and Darby. 761 of Morris got up to fourth place ahead of Batchelor, then Clinton McDonald and Darmody and D'Agostino. Okay, we need to go right through our program now to the Bathurst Masters Unlimited. All the big guns coming out to play again in this Unlimited class. Again, there are 5 heats. First heat's got Patterson, Herrick, Neeb, Mason, Will, Booth, Wilby, Guini, Hunter, Childs, Sorty, Rogers, Small, Lucas and Jared Brook. So Watermart, your complete water shop, sponsoring the Bathurst Masters Unlimited class.
Oh, that's fine. Would you have a tie on point to third? We'll call it count back from that, so you live in them, but we're all their races.
Will, James Sowdy, Thomas Herrick, Mackenzie Childs. Those prominent behind you, but 1 lap in. Very untidy around turn 1 and 2. High on the track, lost a lot of momentum. Will come through into second place. in 6th place. Patterson on the zero machine would have been in 7th. That was the first of what will be 5 heats. Okay, they did run 4 laps in that one, but the heat should be 3 laps only. Second heat, we've got now Mallet, Goulding, Pritchett, Potter, Wheeler, Johns, O'Keefe, Peard, Maxwell, Smith, Smithers, Morris, Voigt and Scott. To be quite competitive in the open classes. Lloyd Smith, Harry Scott mix there up into 5th place just ahead of Brook Building. Second, Harry Scott up to 3rd place. Good effort from Harry, who inside him in the early couple of laps. He's done well to move through to 3rd place in that heat. Ahead of, behind Scott was Voigt, Smith and Goulding. Third of the heats, this is heat number 3, obviously race 87, Remy Fife, Harrison Ryan, Jordan Stewart is out, Grant Sharnick, Glenn Wackerwick, Ben Grabham out again, Lawson Black, Laura Saxon, Jack Campman, Blake Maslin, Derek Hingerty, Seth Kolashevsky, cross out Michael Kirkness, Damien Coppy on the 560, and you can add in bike 72 Jar Sean Richards. Another really good start, foundation of his successes today. Damien Coppy back in 5th place at the moment, then Lawson Black. brakes up. That's just close as he got. So Graham, Sharnock, Ryan, Fife, Copy, Black, Maslin, Saxon, Richards, and Shevsky's run into some problems there coming across at the tail end of the field. Not quite sure whether he had a tumble we didn't see, but he was the last one home. Heat number 4. Michael Hand, Harrison Giffen, Scott Brown, Edward Graham, Tyler O'Donnell, Nathan Boland, Tom Drain, Jared Cox, Jason Richards, Rory Hutchinson, Tom Scott, Daniel Weeks, Dale Ball Lazy, William Townsend and Ben Hodder. Event 88 on the program. Tom Drain it is out in front. That's a big one. Alright, one heat to go. It will be race number 89 on the program. Tom Northey, Blake Wilby, Billy Van Erd, Jamie Philsell, Jordan Dahl, Ben Gordon, Jamie Greentree, Darren Webb, Connor Ryan, Luke Bush, Angus Hutchinson, Michael Betchy, David Smith, Jacob Richardson and Ben Montgomery. He's out, I believe, Ben Montgomery.
Yeah.
So 5th to 5 heats, round 1. Bathurst Masters Unlimited, sponsored by Watermark, your complete water shop.
Hello? Yep. I don't know what you're going to do. We're just going to try and run through everything and get it all done. The rain's just started now, so we'll do a presentation and then do do you want, you just want to put their names, riders' names on it, do you?
It's up. Right on the track here, man. One's had a big get off down at turn number 1. It's looks like a red flag situation. The rider's still down on the track there. It is red flag. Sitting up, that is, I think that's Jordan. from officials at the moment is it's wait and see. Rain falling, obviously. The forecast suggests that there will be a little bit more before it stops, so we're waiting to see at the moment. We've still got about 20 races at the most, probably a few less to go, and hopefully we can still present them for you on a very safe and conducive track for producing good, close, exciting racing that's safe for the rider. So sit back, wait and see. You've got your chance to have something to eat or drink. If the rain does stop, obviously there will be a need to either just let the track dry for a little bit longer, or even get some track work done, and we will endeavour to get presentations done for all those classes that have been completed in that time. The presentation area is down the front there at the finishing line. It's out in the rain, so we don't want to drag anyone out into the rain, but we'll try and get to a situation where we're ready to go if the opportunity presents itself, and we will get in and do those presentations and duly acknowledge all the riders who have come up trumps in the various classes today.
The room, and he said that he was going to do
Chat cash.
that's what I
Do you usually just do cash checks and put their names on the front of the envelope?
No, you know the big presentation ones? Yeah. There's a blank there and it's like who won it.
Oh, for the shootouts.
Or for all the classes.
I don't know, I think it's a whole stack of stuff.
It's like 42 checks or something.
Well, there's all the classes today. There's only just 2 classes left.
Yeah, okay. So there are all
Started on them.
I don't even know where she is. So you haven't seen Wade recently?
No, what's her name? Nick rang me up about that, and I didn't know what he was talking about.
Okay, that makes sense.
And there's the shootout one.
Communication a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just first, second, third?
Yeah.
Are they just 3 places, wasn't it? There wasn't any four? Okay, cool. Sorry.
And they're the shootouts.
Okay. I'll take these to the room. Can you find Wade, please? Yeah.
It was on the buggy running around.
Yeah, probably. They'll be somewhere. We'll find them.
How many have you got left to go?
How many races?
Oh, less than 20. We've got two rounds of heat, so that's 10. Repechage and final, so that's 12. I think 2 lots of 2 heats and five final. That's about it, I think. So about 15, maybe 15 to 20 at the most. No, look at the dogs.
Who do you race with the rain?
Oh, no, it needs to stop. It doesn't stop for so long. Morning. Stops. We'll leave it be for a while.
He was on the live stream asking what's happening.
The last announcement was while it's raining, we've got to wait and see. When it stops, they can make a call. When and if it stops.
Fantastic. This is just on Facebook for me. Thank you so much for coming out and doing it. It's been so well received by everyone. And we've got even Claret's, we had these people watching it there, and the quality is really good. We'll be doing it again next year. I've got the version before it cracks.
We're going to scaffold next year.
Yeah, I'll play her seeing all sorts of shit and stuff while doing that.
Yeah,
It's like,
I didn't realise it was going to be.
we didn't know yet because it hadn't come to 5 years, but now that we know, and there's the woman that's organised the whole thing.
Except the mate didn't turn up on you.
Which one?
That one sitting on
Oh,
your chest.
Gergie, he's no underwater, I believe. No, he's yeah.
As he retired, you'd never know, would you?
You wouldn't get him on.
When do you go back up to Sunshine State?
What's your micro sort of weight? Like, can you wait half an hour, an hour?
Well, there's no time limit, unofficially. There's no deadline being out of it. So, I mean, it used to be 10 o'clock racing, 10:30 racing on SBA, 10:30 something. We're done well to get to where we are at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
So what, we don't want people to know that, and we don't want anyone to know that we haven't got a curfew on it. The council has given us that permission on the basis of how we're doing it.
I would have.
So our curfew is 10.
Yeah, so if anyone
Can you
else
ask
is
us 10?
yeah.
Because what they've done now is created us as an historic event. So we've got a good status. So that way they can fight any complaints that they can get. That's why we had to put the noise meter in place yesterday.
I was just saying that you couldn't do Speedway Sidecars.
Well, because they're orange and reckon that they don't need to they don't have to It's 115 decibels general competition across the board. The Speedway Sidecars and
Let me go home back. Yep. Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you.